shall we? And there we go. Hello, YouTube. Not too bad this time. Not too bad. Basically, just the hellos. Apart from that, after a massive electrical show last night, 3 hours long. Yeah, we didn't. I was expecting a storm. I saw my Bristolian and West Country comrades worship the rain. We haven't got any. This is still, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's still cloudless and bright out there. And this room in particular just feels, it's the classroom effect, I think. It's the nights not being cold. It's just bottling in the heat. It's a shame. I've been doing some work on Strangely Red. Oh yes. Yeah, sometime. Oh well, we've had. Sometimes it's when the Sahara sand's in the sky. I always have to bloody clean the windows. But when we get a desert sand cloud coming over, everything goes orange and red. It's really nice. I could do with a storm. Human beings need a good. After all this, human beings crave a storm, don't they? It's like, it's like we feel the need to discharge. No, pardon. Yeah, that'd be nice. Anyway, hopefully tonight. Oh, what else has happened? My bath is my bathroom is leaking into the carpet in the hallway, and it stinks. The drain for the bath, the pipe that takes the water away, has come away from the bath a bit. And so it's just, bath water is also just pissing out of the bottom and then going all over the floor. So that's something I've got to deal with in a heat wave, crawling underneath a moist, flooded bath with all the slugs and spiders and try and reseal it in this heat. Looking forward to that. Might put that off till tomorrow. I have put towels down, so I've done all I can for that. There's a dehumidifier on the case. So yeah, that's what's going on with me. I'm putting off a grim domestic chore that's going to make me filthy. So before I do that, we've got 4 hours of Kerbal Space Program to keep the wolf from the door. So I should get on with that as soon as possible. Oh God, yeah, the World Cup. Yeah, I mean, third round, the third, we can both hold it to a draw rounds are never the most electrifying, are they? And last night was no exception. Made a terrible mistake, actually, last night. I plumped for Côte d'Ivoire and Curacao, obviously supporting the plucky Curaçaoians. And I was sort of locked into that vaguely pointless and grim match, just as Ivory Coast, with almost no effort, dominated them 2-0. And it wasn't until like the 75th minute when I thought, oh, sod it. Because I thought Ecuador-Germany, especially with Ecuador being out... One second. Especially with Ecuador already being out, obviously I just assumed it would be a walkover. Ecuador would actually go and... would grab a win. Good for them. No, they're not out, are they? Ecuador are through. Of course. Oh, I was just completely bloody... I just misjudged it completely. So, yeah, I only joined that game once Ecuador were 2-1 up. And absolutely filled with regrets. And it's just a lesson to myself. And like Walter White, I was trying to think what I should have done. The moment I should have quit the 2-0 game, the perfect moment to have quit the Ivory Coast game was, of course, the second hydration break. So in future, I think hydration breaks should be used perhaps as a, are you sure you want to carry on watching this match, or do you want to watch something over on the other side? I think that's probably going to be a good rule of thumb to use for the... But yes, very, 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 very well done to Ecuador. Must be nice for football to make you that happy. The last time they lost to Argentina on penalties, the manager was sacked in the dressing room within 10 minutes. They are brutal. Um, yeah, good for them. Good for them. I really am enjoying this more. I don't want to say inclusive World Cup because that gives FIFA far more credit than they deserve. But the larger, I really am enjoying the larger World Cup. It's thrown in a lot more. It's thrown in a lot more variables, and it's very enjoyable. It does it does involve watching a lot more football than before. But as a fair weather football fan, that's fine by me. Just you know feast on it all now and then spend the rest of the year burping. Lovely. Well, what a lovely image. Should we get on with the game? So, there's no zhuzh or anything. I'm trying. I'm annotating the. I'm going to make a video of the getting asteroid Tony from space to the Kerbal Space Centre, but this room is unlivable after 2 o'clock. Once the sun's on the other side of the flat, then about 2 o'clock, as you always see, the sun comes here, and then this just becomes even with the faithful fan, this room becomes unlivable. So that's my excuse for basically doing no zhuzh at all, or any extracurricular maintenance on this channel this week. Next week, definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, there'll be loads of work done next week. But there you go. I think that's everything. Oh, I sent a reply, I sent a nicely worded reply to the people who didn't give me a job because I live in London. It was fine. I did use the word frustrating. I did tell them, that I find it a little frustrating that living in London for some reason excludes you from being employed. And I said, it's the assumption that we're swimming in jobs here in London. Yeah. What I didn't say was, if there are loads and loads of jobs in London, why am I applying for one in Bristol? But anyway, it's done. And there's no point being bitter about it because I've got plenty of other things to be bitter about and I can't keep up. Right. So shall we get on with this? I think we've still got quite a lot to do. So yes, that's right. We are. Well, I'm enjoying it. I've no idea how. Oh, where am I? Oh, I took my. Hang on. There I am. I was capturing more idle Kerbals to update my zhuzh, to update the sidebar. Just make it a little bit more interesting. But as I say, I managed about half an hour of vaguely half-assed zhuzh last night, yesterday afternoon, before retreating. Yes. Oh, the Steam sale. I had a look at. Oh, shall I go back to full? I'm going to speak for another 2 minutes. I think. Good, another chance to see just how hot it is. I have had a shower, by the way. This is an all sweat, only about 45 to 50%. The Steam sale, yeah, I'm still. What have I got here? I keep wondering if I should buy Hitman because I've got Hitman on the PS5. I'm very good at. Well, I'm not very good at Hitman. I know the levels back to front. So I would like to play Hitman more on this stream at some point. So having it on the PC would be good. And it has got the VR mode, which in theory I am very, very interested in playing Hitman in VR. That sounds like a dream come true, but not in this heat. This isn't really the weather for it. So I should buy it. It's only 20 something quid. You started GTA 5 again to have fun, having dropped out of KCD 2. KCD 2, I don't know what's wrong with me. Every time I play KCD 2, I have an absolutely cracking time. And then I neglect it for months on end. It was the same with It was the same with the first one as well. I go for about a week, absolutely live. What it is about KCD2 as well, I haven't advanced the plot pretty much at all. I just basically treat it like a holiday, medieval Czech Republic. Still in, or is it anyway? Yeah, I just like wandering around in it and chatting and occasionally murdering someone. So yeah, I think a part of my brain has kind of forgotten that there's a whole, mission. What's his name? Who's that pillock? That Sir, what's his face? Not Radzig, the other one, the other prick that you end up in the stocks with. I haven't seen him since I streamed. It on this months ago. They've added a jester quest. I saw that. I saw the DLC of a jester, and I obviously, well, I can only assume at some point there will be the possibility to kill jester. They can't turn that down. So yeah, I should play that. Although I mean, obviously, if Lung Dave Crow with hair clips, I should play that. But yeah, I was thinking about buying Hitman for the VR, but I can't possibly put a VR helmet on now. I'm not mad. What else have I got on my Steam list? Nah. Nothing's particularly grabbed me recently. GTA 5's good for a replay, though. I replayed that fairly recently. Great game. Trevor Phillips is just... you're never going to get a more perfect GTA character than Trevor. He is the id, isn't he? I always, whenever in GTA 5, well, I did like playing as Michael in GTA 5 because he had a lovely set of V-neck sweaters. My Michael was dressed in slacks, lemon golf sweaters. It was basically middle-aged man simulator with Michael, and I did like it. But especially if you're just picking up GTA for half an hour and you just want to cause pain and distress to NPCs, Trevor is just perfect for that. So there will never be... I can't see how there will ever be another Trevor. Bavaria-ish, yeah. Yeah, it looks idyllic, doesn't it? Anyway, right, I'm going to get on with the Kerbal Space Program now. Do I need to... Yes, I do. Gamma it up. There we go. I know it looks a bit gammery, but in space, you need a bit of help. Okay, what's going on? Oh, yes, the Fenton 7. Here we are. So we are currently we're currently scouting out the dual system with the goal of colonizing it, of getting a space colony sent there. So we've currently got where are we? We've currently got the Fenton 7. We fly it. We've currently got the Fenton 7, which is a craft. What I should do is just have a really good meaty phlegmy cough rather than all this politely clearing my throat bullshit. So at the next opportunity, I'll do that. Here we go. So we've got the Fenton 7, which has a chain. Oh, it's annoying. I'm sorry if that's annoying you. It's, 1, 2, 3. We've got a chain of satellites that are being delivered one by one to the various bodies of the dual system. Last thing yesterday, we got a satellite around. Wasn't Pole? Was it Pole? Or was it the other one? Bop. We got a satellite around Bop. And we've got 4 more to go. So we've got to put a satellite around Pole, around Tylo, and around Lathe. I like the scenario in Hitman where you broker a tradesman into the best deal, but just standing and letting agents of bald head intimidate nearby bystanders. In Hitman, I pretty much exclusively play freelancer mode, where 47 lives in basically the lap of luxury with an underground crazy bunker. And Diana just gives him missions like, what I want you to do, 47, I want you to kill the target, but I'd like you to do it in a really weird way. I'll give you extra money if you if you drown this target in a toilet along with something. Yeah, oh no, was it if you take a powerful gun, if you could just make sure that when you kill the target, you also simultaneously kill an innocent bystander, I'll give you extra money. Or I just want to see this target drown in a toilet. Just do it, 47, and I'll make it worth your while. Trusting, unquestioning 47, and his weird murders. That's the one. That's the game mode I enjoy. It's when you spend your money on new guns, but when you fail a mission, you lose the guns that you took. Anyway, I don't know why I'm explaining it. I've done it on here, and it's the mode I play best, but I'm still not very good at it. I would like to play it in VR though. Use a special signature poison on the point of the has to be done, but yeah, it has to be done in a weird way. Also, Diana never really explains in freelancer mode why we're murdering all of these people. Oh, she also is very unfussy. So if you go to like the Berlin nightclub or the Paris fashion show, that's a funnier example. If you go to the Paris fashion show, 47. Do what you do best and remove the target. You just drop some Semtex in the bar and blow up your target and 10 other people, and then pick off other people with a machine gun as they're leaving. Nicely done, 47. There are some new renovations for she does seem very unfussed by a large unnecessary innocent body count. Why am I talking about this? I'm talking about Hitman when I could be talking about putting this craft into a sensible orbit. Let's go, shall we? Let's have a look. Right, Fenton 7, 12 days. Whoop, off we go then. Oh, I know what I wanted to do, but I can't be bothered to do it now. We've got obviously science stations orbiting the moon, we've got the controversial Lisby Kerman orbiting the Earth, generating science. And of course, 2 years have passed since we last checked in on the Kerbin system. This has been a long mission. So I was thinking I should, next time I switch vessels, I should... I wonder if I turned KerbNet back on, if that would work now, because it wasn't working yesterday. I need to go back to my space stations and deliver some science. Okay, so we start burn in 7 minutes. Okay, so we just need to get this. So we've got our old wobbly whiplash satellites there. So it looks like this giant vessel is going to have a lot of fuel in it, so we're going to finish off delivering these satellites, and this vessel is going to have a load of fuel. That's actually fantastic news, because one of the things we're going to have to start doing, so I was explaining yesterday, when I play this game, on a personal private basis, no spectators allowed, I get to duel by using the least powerful, most fuel efficient engines possible, and as few of them as possible. So basically I just load up a giant kind of fuel tank, stick like one engine on it, and send that off to duel for maximum fuel efficiency. It means you end up having manoeuvre nodes that take about an hour and a half. I literally set a manoeuvre node going and then go and have like dinner while my aircraft is manoeuvring, spacecraft is manoeuvring, and then come back again. That is not going to be great streaming content. So I've got a bit of a interesting challenge here. I think what we're going to have to do, if we're going to send a Kerbal mission to Joule and back again, we're going to have to set up refueling stations. So I was thinking maybe a refueling station at Dres, which is the dull. Oh no, hang on. It's a rather dull asteroid that goes between Juna and Joule. We haven't explored it yet, so we probably should go there. And I'm thinking, yeah, as I say, I'm thinking we should get some sort of fuel station here, and then that can function both on the way there and on the way back. So explore and we've also got Elu. Now Elu is on its way round. Elu has reached its apoapsis and will actually be reaching its periapsis fairly soon. Like Pluto, funnily that, Elu does actually cross Joule's orbit and actually come a little bit closer to the Sun. It is difficult to get to, of course, because it's in an elliptical orbit, and it's also travelling faster than Joule, as you can see, because it's got a much higher apoapsis. So it's travelling very fast at the periapsis. So that's on its way, and I shouldn't forget it. In fact, why don't I do this now? Why don't I set up an alarm clock where it's a transfer window between Kerbin and Elu, and that's in 96 days. Really? Really? In 96 days will be... Oh, God, I've got to fire my nodes. God. So in 96 days will be the optimal time to send a mission to Elu. Interesting. I'm glad I checked. We'll do that then. I remember the last time we spoke about having the populace of Kerbin living in abject poverty. Yes, half their GDP. How many Kerbals do you reckon live on Kerbin? Well, it's dropping now. I reckon 9 billion myself. There's a lot of them, and they're small, and they look. Let's face it, they look randy, don't they? They look like breeders to me. So I'd say about 9 billion, and about 5 billion I'd say are below the poverty line, yeah. Mainly in the desert, or the desert, which is where we dump most of our equipment. Okay. Oh, hang on. There we go. Okay, so we are now... Are we... Yes, we are. Right, we're good. We are... Oh, we're on our... We're on our own inclination. We're on the right inclination with pole. So I think... Yes. So let's now contract this orbit. So if I now... Yeah. Something like that. Let's get this orbit contracted, and then I will release the pole satellite. So what I'm doing is the main mothership has got a whole... Could you put a sticky note top right corner in the definition of apoapsis, apogee, apsis in general? I'll do it now. So hang on, I'll try and find... I tell you what I'll do. I'll skip to our. I'll do what I was going to do anyway, and skip to our space station. And explain it that way. So, imagine. Hang on. I'll explain it using visual aids. I don't want visual aids. Sounds awful. Memory services. Here we go. Okay. What it is, yeah. Anyway, it's fine. What it is I've when I started playing, I sort of explained it a bit, but then I get tired of listening to myself repeat myself, and that's like, now that sounds passive aggressive. I did not mean that to come out as bad as it did. I really do mean I'm just bored by the sound of my own voice. Right, here we go. Here we go. So, you've got a circuit. Right, so you understand how. Right, so you so you understand what an orbit is. So you've got the curve. Hang on. Let's do it this way. So you've got the curve of a planet, and you've got an object that is travelling horizontally to that planet. Imagine gravity as a force pulling things down. It's not. It's a distortion of space-time, and that things going in a curved line are actually travelling in a straight line. It's space that's curved. Just ignore that. Go Newtonian on this. So you've got a curved planet and you've got an object going sideways. The trick to having a circular orbit is to find the speed where, when it's going sideways, it's falling at the same rate that the planet is falling away from it. So you've got an object that's travelling. It hasn't. If it was going, you've got. Right. So here's your planet. Right. You've got an object that could travel really, really fast and go past it. If the object is going slower, as it approaches the planet, it will, well, obviously if it's going too slow, it will just go straight into the planet. As it approaches the planet, its path is bent by gravity. Its path is not bent by gravity. The path is bent by the warping of space itself. The object is still travelling in a straight line. Don't listen to Eddie. He's explaining it wrong. Gravity pulls them closer. So the planet wants it to go into the planet, wants the object to go into the planet. The object wants to be travelling past the planet, and then there's an equilibrium where the object is constantly falling towards the planet, but still has enough momentum that as it's falling, the curve of the planet is falling away beneath it. It's difficult to describe, but it's going down at the same rate that this is going down, and it goes round and round and round. So in an orbit, and obviously no orbits are ever going to be perfectly circular, not least because of tiny particles in space and tiny particles of atmosphere. They're constantly changing. An orbit that's not perfectly circular will have a point where it's higher above the surface than the other point. At some point, if you draw a circle around another circle, there's going to be points where your second circle is closer to the first circle than the other. If you think about it in terms of a planet, the points in an orbit where it's closest to the surface is the lowest point in the orbit. That's the periapsis. And the point in the orbit where it's furthest away from the planet is the apoapsis. So the apoapsis is the highest point in the orbit. The periapsis is the lowest point in the orbit. When you, the whole space-time thing, it's like centrifugal force again. You talk about centrifugal force, I was like, there is no such thing as centrifugal force. We just like to pretend that there is, or your brain just prefers pretending that there is. Poor Isaac Newton. So, apoapsis and periapsis. When you perform a manoeuvre, when you perform a manoeuvre going in a straight line, so imagine that you're you've pointed your spaceship towards Alpha Centauri. You do a wee right at the start of your journey, on your 4 light year journey. You do a great big wee out the side of the ship, and you eject your wee into space out the side of the ship. That's obviously going to affect very, very tiny amount. It's going to affect your heading. If you eject piss out the side of your ship, your heading's going to change. And of course, as you know, if you've got a very, very long journey, if you adjust the heading very slightly at the bottom, the top of the course, a tiny, tiny adjustment at one end of the journey will result in a much, much, much bigger adjustment at the end of the journey because of, circles. So a tiny shake here causes a big thing here. It's the same with a circular orbit. And in fact, again, just to upset you, a circular orbit is a straight line that you are seeing through distorted space-time. Let's not think about that again for a bit because it's upsetting. But it's the same with an orbit. When you make a tiny adjustment at one side of the orbit, at the furthest possible, obviously so if you're at the periapsis, the apoapsis is by definition the furthest point away, because obviously once you go past halfway round, then you start coming back towards yourself. So the opposite sides of the circle are the furthest two distances. And so when you make an adjustment at one end of the circle, the most benefit is felt at the other end. So if you fire your thrusters straight ahead at the periapsis, your apoapsis will expand out, whereas your periapsis will virtually not move at all. And that's, as I say, because adjustments that you make here are most keenly felt as far away from you as it's possible to get. So when you thrust forward at your periapsis, your apoapsis grows. We can see this if I do this. So here we go. Let's add a manoeuvre. So here we are. We're at 6 o'clock here. If we were to thrust forward, which we refer to as, well, I refer to as, thrusting prograde, and I'll get onto that. If we thrust forward, you can see, if you look at the brown dotted line there, we can see the more we thrust, the more the apoapsis grows, and it's exponential. Asterisk may not actually be exponential, but it's exponential-ish in that the more you thrust, it becomes cumulative. So the more you thrust, the faster your apoapsis grows, like that, until eventually, of course, you thrust hard enough, that you escape the gravity of the moon. So if you have something, if you're at your periapsis and you thrust forward, you're going to have something like that. If you then wanted, oh God, I've been demonstrating things. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry. I'm very bad at this. Okay, I'll explain this again. So you can see here at this orbit, we're at 6 o'clock here. If you thrust forwards at 6 o'clock, your 12 o'clock is going to expand out, while your 6 o'clock more or less doesn't move at all. As I say, that's because when you're at 6 o'clock, your 12 o'clock is as far away from you as you can get. And any adjustment you make at the 6 o'clock will be felt at the 12 o'clock. So you thrust at 6 o'clock, and there we go. You can see the apoapsis is growing. And of course, the opposite is true. If we then go round to the apoapsis, which is now at a much greater height, if you will, over the moon, and then we add a manoeuvre here, and we do exactly the same. So we're at the apoapsis, and we thrust forward at our apoapsis. Our periapsis is going to move out. And there you go. If you thrust equally at the periapsis and the apoapsis, and you do it just right, you would then get a circular orbit with a periapsis there and a apoapsis there. You're always going to have two of them, but yeah, they are more or less, for to all intents and purposes, that is now a lovely circular orbit. What I've just done there, by the way, is called a Hohmann transfer. That's the most simple way of achieving a specific orbit. Is you get to your periapsis or your apoapsis, you thrust until the other side has reached the altitude that you want, and then you drift round to that point, and then you thrust again so that the other side is at the altitude that you want. It's the most simple and efficient way to achieve a specific orbit. It's called a Hohmann transfer. So I think you've probably heard this before, Ben. So that's apoapsis and periapsis. But yeah, apoapsis is the highest point of an orbit. The periapsis is the lowest point of the orbit, and they're both the most efficient. To change the height of an orbit, doing it at the apoapsis and the periapsis is the most efficient way of doing it. If you're slightly off the periapsis, then your apoapsis is going to be slightly off, and as you thrust, that's going to sort of be adjusting itself as well. It's kind of one of those things. It's actually genuinely easier just to get this game and play with the rubber band yourself. Your brain does kind of get into it. But that's the apoapsis and periapsis. That's two dimensions. Obviously, there's a third dimension. Now, this is where it all gets a little bit dinner platey. So, as you know, in Kerbin and in real life, most bodies share more or less kind of the same orbital inclination. That is, if you imagine, zenith and nadir is absolutely the same thing. Yeah. I think zenith and nadir might be a Terran thing. I think that's for flying. And apoapsis and periapsis is for space flight, but that is a definite citation needed on that one. That could be utter bollocks. But yes, they're exactly the same, yeah. As you know, most bodies are on more or less the same orbital plane. If you imagine an orbit as being a plate, most of the plates are flat compared to each other. Not all, obviously. The reason for that is gravity and time. Everything ends up going the same way. Given 6 billion years, all the objects will end up going the same way around the sun, and they'll all be flattened out because of gravity and time. Obviously not always. So you can see here, for instance, okay, well, try and ignore this. This line here is my polar orbiting satellites. So try and ignore them. They're a bit of an extreme example. But you can see here, for example, here we go. So if we get Kerbin and the moon and we look at them flat on, there we go, so that this is just a line, you can see here that Minmus is on a different inclination. If we then make Minmus's orbit a nice straight line, you can see that the Kerbin orbit is in a different inclination. They're just I have no other disc-shaped object. That's inclination. So you've got apoapsis, periapsis, inclination. There's your 3 dimensions. So when you have an inclination, when you have 2 different inclinations, so you've got one orbit. Yeah, I've got another one. Brilliant. I do like my noodles. Fantastic. So you've got one orbit that's nice and flat like that, and you've got a second orbit that's at a different inclination. Now, assuming that these 2 orbits cross over each other, which obviously My discs don't, because they're plastic, and I'm making this up as I go along. When the two orbits cross each other, there are 2 points at which they cross, which makes sense. If these are sort of, pretend that these are that this is inside this one. This is exactly right. So there are 2 points at which it crosses. And if you're going to trace, it doesn't really matter which way round you do it, but if you're going to trace your finger around in a journey, there's the point here where it's going up through. Hey! Hey, hello again, Rowan. Welcome back, and thank you very, very much for the follow. Massively, massively appreciated. Thank you very much. Awesome, thank you. And I have followed you back. Oh, talk is cheap. Have I? Yes, I have. There we go. Thank you very much. So yes, there is. Oh, welcome back. Degrees C. Maybe you've just had some very very toasty squatters who've tied up. Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, this has been great fun. But we've all been enjoying this. Well, half of England, I understand, is having mist and fog and rain, but there's no sign of that here. But yeah, hello. You've got an orbit, right, and it goes through the other orbit twice, once when it's going up, once when it's going down. Those are called the ascending node and the descending node. And again, so if you imagine here's your wonky orbit, there are 2 points. If I want to adjust this to become straight, there's 2 pivot points that are the most efficient place to do that. Hang on, what's a better way of demonstrating this? Oh yeah, like this, right? Okay. So let's get this. Let's get it like that, right? There's a pivot point to make this flat, and that's here and here. So if we want, in the most efficient way possible, if we want to flip this, flat, these 2 pivot points here on opposite sides, if you do that, that's where you want to be doing it. You could try and sort of do that, but it's literally more effort to do it that way. You want them to be, you want your pivot points to be at the point of the pivot and on opposite sides. That is your ascending nodes and descending nodes. That's the most. So when you want to pivot it back up like that, your ascending node and the descending node are the most efficient. Well, not only are the ascending node and the descending nodes the spot where the 2 orbits intersect, it's also the most efficient pivot point to adjust the orbit. So what have I done then? So I've done apoapsis, periapsis, ascending nodes, descending nodes, prograde and retrograde. Again, you got this is Newtonian navigation rather than, obviously in our heads we imagine spacecraft as being like, X-wings. We imagine them being like aeroplanes, banking and acting like they're in the air. Obviously, they're not. Obviously, when you send Wallace from Wallace and Gromit through space, if Wallace somehow manages to turn his head the other way, that in no way, assuming he's managed to do that just sort of with his own magnetic reaction wheel without using any thrust, Wallace turning his head and doing that does not in any way affect his motion. Wallace could be spinning at a 1,000 meters per second, 1,000 revolutions per minute through space, and he'd be traveling just as at the same velocity as if he was completely still. Which way you're facing when you're traveling through space is irrelevant, because there's no air resistance. So you get into space, you point that way, and you can face backwards. Don't matter. That's why. So obviously you have, when you fly a plane these days, especially, or obviously a fighter, you have a prograde marker. You have a marker on your HUD. So prograde means the direction that you are going. Now, obviously, in an aircraft, or certainly in like a car or whatever, the direction that you are going and where your nose is pointing are usually the same, more or less. Obviously, in a plane, they're not quite the same because it takes into account drag and the rest of it. But our brains are programmed to know that the way that you're facing is the way that you're going, and that when you look somewhere else, you're going to go that direction. Not how space works, obviously. The direction that you travel is dictated by the matter or energy. It's matter, isn't it? I don't think it is energy at all. Does energy propel you through space, or is it just discharging matter? Possibly energy, definitely matter. So the direction that you're going through space is determined by the matter that you've ejected out of your rocket engines, the velocity of the matter, and more importantly, the direction of the matter. That you, if you're in space, floating in space with a comedy eyeball, and you throw the eyeball in one direction, you've lost this amount of mass, and this amount of mass has been fired in that direction. And because we know that every action has an equal and opposite reaction, when you throw this ball, the amount of force generated by this mass at this angular velocity is then applied to us. So if we throw this, we will start drifting back slightly, and that's obviously how rocket engines work. They only ever need, yeah, I mean, in Star Trek, obviously when there's like the Enterprise meets a Klingon bird of prey, in real life there'd be, I always imagine that they just, out of politeness, when they meet each other in space, they sort of agree to kind of make sure that their ships are facing the right way up before they open hailing frequencies, otherwise it would be embarrassing. But yeah, rockets are they're essentially firing matter in one direction, and it's causing the rocket to move in an equal and opposite direction. The direction that the rocket is moving is the prograde. So in the same way that if you've got an apoapsis, you're going to have a periapsis. If you've got an ascending node, you're always going to have a descending node. Your prograde has a retrograde. If you like, your rockets are firing retrograde, and it's making you move prograde, and vice versa. If you fire your rockets prograde, you're going to move retrograde. If you're moving prograde at 100 meters per second, and you flip the rocket over, and then you fire your rockets prograde for 50 meters per second delta V, which is basically delta V's the change in velocity. So I think I'm right in saying this, if you're at 100 meters per second and you fire prograde at 50 meters per second delta V, you're going to end up still traveling at 50 meters delta V in that direction, but you've halved your speed, if you like. So you're going at 100 forward, you turn round, you fire 50 backwards. That means you're now traveling forward at 50. So prograde and retrograde, obviously the prograde is where you're going, retrograde is where you're not going. Where this gets really, it's more of an acceleration thing, yeah. Where I find this really useful, and this is how I sort of help me wrap my head about it, is docking. More often than not, in fact, well, as you know, so I get myself moving towards an object, and if you remember right, there's a purple target icon, and there's a green prograde icon. And what you'll remember I always try and do is I try and get so there's three, right, when you're moving towards an object, there are basically three things you need to keep an eye on. Where your nose is pointing, which, while where your nose is pointing is irrelevant to your speed, it is relevant when you've got a docking port on your nose and you're going up the rear end of a ship that has a large docking port at its rear end. So you want your nose to be pointing towards the target. Also, obviously, in most conventional situations, your nose is at the opposite your nose is at the opposite end of your engines. So obviously your nose kind of acts as a quick and dirty prograde pointer. So you point your nose at your target, but almost always, even though you've got your nose pointed at the target, your prograde's going to be some way off, because as we know, pointing your nose at the target don't do jack shit in terms of where you're moving. So what you then do is you use side thrusters or some kind of sort of ablative maneuver thing and bring your prograde to the target. So you want the target with your nose pointed towards it and your prograde pointing towards it. That means that you're heading straight at it, straight on. And of course what that means, it means that the rear of your ship isn't pointed towards the target. So when you need to slow down, assuming you've not got reverse thrusters, let's say you've not got reverse thrusters, which I usually don't bother with because it's a frippery. If you're heading towards a target at 50 meters per second and you want to slow down to 1, you turn your ship around. Now, how do you know when you've turned your ship around, how do you know what the right direction is? Well, there's retrograde. Your retrograde will always be at the exact opposite end of the nav ball than the prograde. So if your nose is pointing at the retrograde, you know that your rear end is now pointing at the prograde. So when your nose was pointing prograde, your engines were pointing retrograde, and when you flip the rocket over, nose is pointing retrograde, rockets are pointing prograde. If you then fire your rockets while you're facing away from the target, you're going to slow down. But by keeping your nose on the retrograde, you slow down while keeping yourself on target, because obviously slowing down, you have to angle your engines towards the target to slow down and keep yourself heading towards the target. So that's where retrograde comes in. It's a way of navigating towards or away from something while not facing in that direction. So when you're coming into a planet and you want to slow down, you point retrograde and fire your engines, and that will reduce your overall velocity in that direction. So does that answer your question? I think that's people that think you go straight to the moon. What was the middle bit again? Yeah, that's good. So that's basically it. It honestly is just one of those things. When do we beat this nerd up and take his lunch money? It really is just easier just to do it, just to play the game and play with the rubber bands and just watching the rubber bands dance and intersect and bulge. Pardon. It does all make a lot more sense. It does make a lot more sense there. But anyway, there you go. Hopefully that answers a bit of the question. I'll try and be a little bit more... I have been genuinely thinking I haven't been explaining things enough because I haven't. So I will try and keep things less technical. Look at that. That's a good-looking space station. Look at that. There's Valentina's orange fish. There's that big fuel tanker. Lovely. Right, let's send some science back home. What have we got here? 1.407. Have you been working at all? Jesus Christ. These idle people. 4.954. Where's all my science? I thought I'd fast forwarded all this. This is terrible. I must have already done it. How disappointing. Bit more enlightened than before. Good stuff. I only know this because of Kerbal Space Program. This isn't like all of my knowledge. It's all derived from video games. You know, I can talk about the Borgias at length as if I know anything about them, didn't just play Assassin's Creed Unity. So, you know, it's computer games are great, aren't they? They're just the best. Right, let's get back to Fenton. It's why when there's a launch, you'll always get that after the initial launch and they ditch the boosters. It's why they float in space for a bit before doing another burn to circularize the orbit. They're having launched from Earth, they're then letting themselves, once they're out of the atmosphere, they're letting themselves drift to the apoapsis of their orbit, and then that extra burn they do is then at the apoapsis of the orbit to bring the periapsis, because obviously when you launch, you're probably just going to get a parabolic course. So when you launch, you then do your second burn there to bring your periapsis out, and then get your periapsis out for the lads, and then you got yourself an orbit. What does apoapsis mean? It's on the VOD. Right, so start burn in 16 days. Oh, that's a while then, isn't it? Let's go then. Let's let the days whiz by. Here we go. And I missed the node because I didn't set an alarm. Oops. Yeah, I missed that. All right, we'll have to go round again. Sorry, guys. That was my fault. So here we go. So I'll just explain what we're doing here rather than silently seethe. So it's interesting. So here you go. So in fact, I'll just completely redo this node because I think I pretty much have to anyway. Oh, control locked. Oh, are we having this bullshit again? Are we? Is my relay still not bouncing? Non-stop fucking dancing. No, my relay's still not working. That is really irritating. There probably is something I've missed, but annoying. Okay. So. Oh, I see. That's why I couldn't do it. Okay. Let's see. So the teal line is the orbit that we're currently on. Oh Christ, hang on. The teal line is the orbit that we're currently on. The yellow orbit is the orbit that we want. We want to intercept pole. Our orbit kind of intercepts pole, but then goes a bit off the rails up here, obviously at the apoapsis here. The periapsis and apoapsis, by the way, they're not related to pole. These are the periapsis and apoapsis in relation to Joule. So that's slightly different. So we want to match this orbit. Well, this bit of the orbit is absolutely peachy, absolutely fine. This bit here, no trouble with that at all. So since that's the bit we don't really want to change, we'll do our node here because the least amount of change happens closest to where you're doing your thrusts. Ooh. Pardon. Oh no, I do want to add a manoeuvre. That's the one. Quite tiresome now. Yeah. So if we were here, so because we're going fast, we're going whee, and because we've got so much energy, because we're going fast, it's taking us out further than we need to be. Now you can see here on our manoeuvre node, we've got 6 axes, and we know some of these. We've got prograde here. that means thrust forward. We've got retrograde here, that means thrust backwards. We've got ascending here, that means start flipping our inclination upwards. We've got downwards here, that means start flipping our inclination downwards. And we've also got radial in and radial out. Radial in, that adjusts, well, I'll show you. If you watch carefully, it's difficult to describe. If I just do this, you can see that it kind of displaces the orbit that way. If I drag it the other way, there you go, you see it changes how it changes like the center. It changes the center of the circle. It's like changing the anchor point of the circle. The center of the circle moves when you change radial in and radial out. So we want to lose energy. We want to bring this orbit in, which means we want to reduce the amount of energy in this orbit, the amount of kinetic energy in this orbit. So we go retrograde. This will reduce our speed and reduce our energy. And as we do that, you can see that the dotted brown line is going down, 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 getting closer and closer and closer. So there we go. And if I just use my radials to just adjust this. There we go. More or less. Kind of. A bit. Hang on. All right. Okay, fine. So that's more or less, kind of, our dotted line intersecting with our yellow line. So if we were to... So by planning this ahead on the nav ball here, I've now got a blue arrow, which is very helpfully telling me which way my nose should be pointing when I hit the engines. So here we go. So what I now want to do, having made that maneuver node, here's my nose indicator here, this sort of V-shaped thing here. If I get the dot of the nose on top of the blue target on the nav ball, that's the computer. Obviously, in the good old days, this was all pencil and paper. That's the computer telling me what angle on the nav ball I should be pointed at to get the most, to achieve what I want. If I keep my nose locked on this blue indicator here and thrust for 164.2 meters per second exactly, I will achieve that exact. I will achieve the exact orbit I want. Obviously, easier said than done, but that's the theory. Now, what I don't really want to match this orbit. Why? Because I've got two little arrows here that are telling me if I do that, if I match that orbit now, we're going to be here in the future. We'll be here when the planet is here. And because, so you can see we're actually going to be really far apart. And then because we're going to be on basically the same orbit, we're going to stay this distance apart for ages and ages. It'll move. They'll either move further away or move closer. But because our orbit so closely matches theirs, these two arrows are not going to shift much. So what can we do about that? Well, there's two things we can do. We can delay firing our rockets by a rotation. There we go. We can see that these arrows are now a bit far further apart. Let's delay it again and delay it again. Now you see that my arrows are jumping around. Let's delay it again. There we go. So in 267 days, if I delay this maneuver node by 267 days, for the best part of a year, if I leave this lot orbiting dual, in the best part of a year, if I then do that thrust, we'll become within spitting distance of our target. So that's one way to do it. If we were really super low on fuel, that's what we would have to do. time versus fuel, really. If you don't, obviously it's Kerbal Space Program. The Kerbals are immortal, and time doesn't really have any meaning. I could just fast forward 267 days now, and you probably wouldn't even notice I'd done it. That's not how I roll. I do like to believe that these Kerbals are sat there twiddling their thumbs, waiting for the next mission to go, and getting them to wait another year for a distant probe. When Bill is sat on the moon waiting for his new buggy, is grotesque to me, and I will not be part of that. So what we do instead? Let's set up our maneuver node again. How long until, going as we are, we just have... There we go. That's how long. 266 days. Oh, that's interesting. God, it is a long bloody orbit, isn't it? It is a long orbit. I think I thought we'd be better off. I think what I'm going to do then... Hang on. Sorry. Clickety-click bastard. Sorry. Bloody hell. Sorry. Set target. Thank you. Click. Yes. Right click. Clickety-click. Yeah. Looks like we are going to have to wait. We're in a weird part of the orbit, and it looks to me like the most efficient way of doing this is actually for... There we go. The most efficient way of doing this is actually... Yeah, the most efficient way of doing this is actually to wait 266 days, but that's fine. We are not going to wait 266 days. This is going to wait 266 days. So let's detach our next satellite. Here we go. Off you go, decouple. Right. So this satellite will just extend its solar panels. Should we switch the light on, even though I do regret having so few solar panels? Okay, so this is the satellite. It does have engines. This is the satellite that is going to meet up with Pole. So let's set a nice futuristic... So what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and match the orbit of Pole as much as possible. What it is, when you match their orbit shape and inclination, the more that you match your target's orbit, the lower your relative velocity to the target. In other words, if you go towards a planet in a straight line, just intersect and go through it, a planet's going to be moving sideways at speed x. you're going to be moving towards it at speed y. Your relative velocity, this is not maths, this is not how it works, is more or less kind of sort of x plus y. What you want your... Hello, chiral drifter. I hope you're very well. If you match your orbit as close as possible to your target's orbit, you're moving next to each other. Your relative velocity is much, much, much lower. And what that means in practical terms is you're going to find orbiting that planet much easier because you're travelling relative to the planet, because you're travelling at an almost equal velocity. Slipping into an orbit should be fairly easy. Whereas if you attack a planet from an oblique angle, you're going to have to burn a lot of fuel to slow down your very high relative velocity to slip yourself into orbit. So it is almost always far more efficient to match your target's orbit and then just kind of slip into its sexy atmosphere. Okay, fine. So right, that'll do. There we go. How's my interview? The live reaction, yes. Thank you very, very much for asking, Chiral Drifter. Good news for the channel. I got an email back apologising, but they realised that the position is not open to people who live in London. It's only open to people who live outside of London, which is something that's happening in the UK animation industry, and people literally don't believe it's a thing. My wife yesterday said that even she was having, when I've been telling, because I see a lot of job applications that say not open to candidates in London. The assumption is, by the way, I guess the assumption is that London is awash with jobs, that there's jobs hanging on every tree, and the poor regions are deprived and need help. In this country, so much of our media is now produced in Manchester, in Salford. The BBC and ITV, the two main broadcasters, both have their headquarters in Manchester. Bristol has huge amounts of animation studios. Obviously, the Aardman and the Aardman Orbit. Bristol has a lot of animation. Ireland has a lot of animation, but that's a whole different kettle of fish. That's Brexit and EU and all that stuff. But there are animation jobs in Bristol, up north, almost none in London, except the company that I used to work for that I told to fuck themselves. No, it's not my fault. But that's not that's not the perception. So yeah, they're basically, there's regional funding schemes where they give you money if you don't employ people from London. And of course, when you whinge about it, like I'm literally doing now, you sound like a little prick, because people think, oh, he lives in London and he can't, oh, he's upset that things aren't going London's way. People hate London. People hate Sadiq Khan for some. There's just something about Sadiq Khan that really winds up voters in Sunderland. Can't imagine what it is. But if you whinge about it, I live in the capital city and no one takes me seriously, people just think you're a twat. So it's I haven't found any way of complaining about this myself without sounding like a twat. So you're kind of stuck. But yes, I wouldn't mind if, you know, what I did want to say to them was, why would I be applying for a job in Bristol if, you know, if I could put my hand out the window and pluck a job in London. And of course, it's self-fulfilling, because the reason why there's so much animation outside of London is because of the funding that funds things being outside of London. But then, even though the job I was applying for was literally a remote job, it required zero office stuff at all. It would have been an IT job well, an IT support job being done from this room. The fact that my fact that my flat is in London, literally would invalidate their funding. And where I mean, people hate London for so many incorrect reasons, but anyway, I've got a much more demented theory about this, which I tried on my wife, and she says, no, that just makes you sound mad. I think it's in. Now we see the violence inherent in the system. Help, help, I'm being repressed. I think it's inherent background level fascism. Oh, I'm going to go with this. I don't care. I think fascists. Oh yeah. No. I'm taking it well. Thank you for asking. Fascists historically and now demonise cities. Because authoritarian regimes hate cities because cities have students in, cities of people who live multiculturally, and the authoritative right doesn't, which is why any fascist party worth its salt will always align itself with the rural idyll, the good hard-working country workers versus the decadent intellectuals in the city. And I think the background fascist radiation that is the 21st century, I think it's seeped into the fucking bones of this country. And people's general anti-Londonness, which I guarantee, if you find someone saying, well, I don't like that Sadiq Khan, talk to them about it for 20 seconds and see if you can find out exactly why they don't like him. I think this sort of background surrender to fash has just led everyone to just agree that London is bad, London sucks, and we should punish it. That is my demented conspiracy theory, which I really shouldn't share with anyone because it's probably more of a sign of my it's probably more of a reflection of me than it is of anything realistic. Wouldn't past Americans do something like that? But that is not my it's 100% accurate, but that's my opinion. That's not really for public consumption because it might be right, but it does make me sound demented. So no. Oh good, is this the pivot legitimate beef? What's this going to be? Let's have a look. What's this? Oh god, yeah. I know exactly what clip that is, and he almost certainly doesn't. These are people of the land. What it is, legitimate beef, I would play it, but as you know with Blazing Saddles, there's a few kick bombs in there, so I'm not going to risk it. These are people of the land. Morons. It's fine. Look, now I've done exactly what I said I wouldn't do, and I just sound bitter and demented. Something will come up, but I find it very depressing. And this is where I now do sound like bloody Tommy Robinson. Here comes the pivot. Never mind the United Kingdom, although that as well, frankly. I mean, absolutely that. But England, I live in England just as much as someone in Bristol or Manchester does. We literally live in England. We've got the same, we've got the same king on our stamps. And yet we've got literal funding that excludes people based on where they live. And I know this sounds like the most oppressed people in our society actually are overweight, middle-aged white men with robot T-shirts. I think you'll find they're the real victims here. I know it sounds like that, but it's just not on, is it? It's just not on in a country to exclude people who live in a certain area. I've been to Hull. I hate Hull. Hull was a shit. Sorry about people who live in Hull. I'm sorry you live in Hull. What if I decided the vibes of Hull make me feel vaguely sick, which they do. So I'm just remembering something I did once in Hull. It doesn't make me look good. If I decided, right, we're not going to employ people from Hull because fuck them. Anyway. Kyril, thank you very much for your question. Sadly, I didn't quite get the job, but I'm sure something else will come up. Thank you very much. Sorry, you got Sir Hull is hell. I this story doesn't make me seem good at all. A friend of mine who's now a very successful producer at the BBC. Me and him went up to Hull years ago to shoot a documentary thing, and we had to share. Well, we didn't have to. We're perfectly happy to share a B&B, a twin bed B&B. The landlord. Obviously, us being gay is absolutely neither here nor there, and I've certainly got absolutely no problem people assume. Oh, by the way, especially my mate who's a handsome fella as well. So if I was pounding him, I would be a very lucky little boy. If he's watching, hi. But yes, the landlord clearly thought that we were a couple, which is his problem, not ours, and was a bit snooty about it. I ate because we couldn't find. We arrived after 9 and we couldn't find anywhere to fucking eat at all. I mean, this was like 2007, but I doubt anything's changed. We just bought a load of Maryland cookies, and so I sat in bed in the B&B in Hull, eating chocolate chip cookies, and then falling asleep. And then in the morning, I found out that a number of chocolate chunks from the cookies had, of course, fallen into the bed, and then I'd slept on them. And it just looked like a dirty protest or some sort of, shall we say, anal incident had happened, and the bed was now covered in dark brown smears. And I tried to clean it off to no avail. So I did what I thought was right, which was I still had a biscuit. So I wrote a note. I left a biscuit on the note, and I just wrote, "I'm really sorry. This isn't shit. It's chocolate." And then, drew a little arrow towards the cookie. I mean, I doubt he ate it, but I thought the cookie would explain things. And then we fled Hull, and that's one of the times I went to Hull. But I don't think I'll be welcome back at that B&B again. No, Hull is a historical port. It's a historical city. Which was probably a thriving, a busy, thriving, and prosperous town until the mid 20th century. That's a total guess. I don't really know the history of Hull, and I don't really care to. It's like Dover. Okay, sorry. Just to the people of Hull, I come from Kent, and Dover is 10 times worse than Hull. I wouldn't wish Dover on anyone. So, yeah, I mean, I'm living in, being a Kentish man, I'm living in the most wafer thin crystal glass house, and I'm throwing around the biggest rocks. No, Dover is a Hull. So's Hull, but Dover's a bigger one. Maritime to Charleston. Well, Dover is angry racists. If there's ever I'll tell you what the best news I do get from Dover is the residents who I assume 100% of the people of Dover voted for Brexit. Dover is obviously the main port. I mean, if you looked at it on a map, Dominic Raab, Dover's like the main because it's 21 miles from France. Dover's the main sea hub between Britain and the continent. Everyone who lives there is a racist. They all voted for Brexit. Lorry drivers, because the queues to get on the ferries are now, and in Folkestone as well, the queues to get on the Channel Tunnel are now so much longer because of all the paperwork they have to fill out to enter and leave the EU. I just get, on my phone, I get constant clickbait of people complaining with pictures about the 2-litre Coke bottles full of concentrated trucker urine that's thrown into their garden 3 or 4 times a week. A bottle of urine flies over my hedge. Good. Absolutely good. too few people are suffering the consequences of their vote, and the people of Dover who live next to the A20 on its way into having to clear European shit and piss out of their gardens fills me with pleasure. How have I done this? This is supposed to be a friendly stream. This has been half an hour of me sitting in my own bile, just playing with it and eating it. I'm so sorry. This is supposed to be. Isn't Hull one of those? Real question: what do they teach UK class about? Oh, now chiral drifter. This is something that's really interesting about American independence. So what I'm about to say sounds critical, but it's really not. It's going somewhere. So bear with me. Americans seem to think, and by the way, this is going somewhere. It's not just me being a dick. Americans seem to think that the British give a shit about American independence. We really don't. Now, the reason for that, obviously the reason for that isn't that we're, you're still going about that, are you? Yeah. We just don't learn it because, it's embarrassing, isn't it? Or at least I didn't. It's well, what it is, it was it's a long time ago, and there's a lot of British. There's been quite a lot of history from 250 years ago to here. I think the British, obviously, when the British owned the colonies, I mean that was kind of the whole thing, wasn't it? The colonies weren't really accepted into the British sphere. The colonies were where all those hanky-head Puritans from Southampton went and set up and then got eaten by bears. Like the colonies, when Britain owned the colonies, they were over there. I mean, look at the slave trade. Britain enthusiastically, obviously, benefited from the slave trade, but we never had slaves in the British Isles. Ugh. People don't want to see slaves over. Oh God, no. So we I mean, I'm not saying never, but we didn't have slaves in this country. We had slaves everywhere else. We had slaves throughout the empire. We had slaves in the colonies. We just didn't have them here. Oh God. So it's not like the Soviet Union, I think, where the British feel that that North America used to have a big Union flag on it and now it doesn't. The British, I think, always had a dismissive view of the colonies, which is what caused the problem, obviously. And then once it was lost, historically, I think the British just went, oh, well, a bit like Vietnam, just kind of went, well, that went badly. Didn't France have a lot? Yeah. I mean, obviously, you've got France. I mean, obviously, the colonies were fantastic as a proxy war against France. Having the English, the French, the Dutch, obviously the Portuguese and the Spanish due south. It's brilliant as a proxy war. Obviously the French were enthusiastically fighting for the colonists. So you've got the whole military-industrial complex as well, but I think because of all of those reasons, I'll tell you what it reminds me of, although not. Well, maybe it's not quite that, but yeah. Basically, when King Charles went to America a couple of months ago, it was weird to sort of hear him talk about the redcoats burning down the White House and talking about American independence, because we just don't really talk about it. And it's quite funny when Americans bring up independence from Britain, because it feels almost like someone from Normandy saying, oh well, what about 1066, eh? It kind of feels like it really is a long time ago. And I understand for you people, it's the birth of your nation. I understand that, but in the words of M. Bison, when I came to your village, that was the moment that changed your life. For me, it was Tuesday. the British psyche just sort of washed its hands of the American War of Independence and pretended it never happened. And so, yeah, we just don't get. I mean, obviously, it gets taught in schools. It's not like it's redacted from the textbooks, but you know, European history, World War II, that sort of thing, tends to be a bit more. So it's. So I mean, congratulations on your independence and everything. But yeah, I find it really interesting that the Americans, I think that the British are going, "Ugh," but you know, we've got our own. Frankly, we've got our own problems. We've got enough stuff going on. Oh, is that adverts? That's adverts. I'm just talking to everyone else. Anyway, there you go. This has been a talky one, hasn't it? This has been a talky one. Right, shall I get on with this game? It's because I'm doing this satellite mission and yeah, Greenland, Iceland and the Faroe Islands for us in Denmark. Yes. I mean the well, Brits completely uninterested in the Empire history because they think we'll get a bill if we look the waiter in the eye. Well, and that's a really good point. We're not. I mean, okay. When I say we, I'm talking about me, a 46-year-old man who was educated in the 1980s. Well, the generation before me, my parents' generation, were absolutely taught about the British Empire and taught that the British Empire was a civilising force. You know, and the ungrateful natives kicked us out. By the time I was getting educated in the 1980s, I don't think it was even. I don't remember any lessons about the British. The British aren't good at learning lessons. I don't remember any lessons about the British Empire. But by the time I was being educated, the whole thing's an embarrassment. So, obviously, we have Tory flag shagging wankers who. Oh yeah, I keep meaning to watch that. By the way, I do keep meaning to watch that. They got some good railways out of it. They, you know, what about the roads, Reg? Well, obviously the roads, the aqueduct. I'm not getting into that. Jesus Christ. But yes, we don't. I mean, I doubt any country really focuses on its defeats, but as much as it should. But it just didn't come. What it really reminds me of, in a way. I've got a friend who lives in Boston, or comes from Boston, and before he came, I mean, I know Boston. Hang on, where is he? I know Boston's got historically. There he is. I know Boston's got historically a large Irish population, and before he came, he thought that. Northern Ireland, that people in Britain, people in England are really pro-loyalist Northern Ireland. That here in London we all, you know, unswervingly support the British claim on Northern Ireland, with the exception of utter shit-stirring wankers on the mainland. Almost everyone will just barge pole it. Ask anyone normal in mainland England what they think about Northern Ireland. People just go, no. Anyone sensible will go, no, not touching it. Whatever they want to do, no. And that was something that he was surprised about when he came over here. That when he then tried to initiate conversations about Northern Ireland, people would just go no. Also, fuck Rangers, and yeah, he had this perception because of all the flags, basically, that it was a binary thing. But obviously, most people A, don't understand it, and B, don't want to understand it because understanding it means, you know, looking at a lot of really fucking grim film clips. So, but I always find it very, very interesting how countries, especially this country's, are perceived from abroad. Anyway, there you go. But I genuinely hope you have a lovely 250th anniversary. I'm sure it'll be boozy and fun. And the reflecting pool, obviously, is just, you know, I don't like saying chef's kiss, but, well, I've said it now. Okay, so have I set an alarm for this thing? So we've got our trip to, so that is the satellite. Don't be jealous. Oh, it was the sight of the water coming out, and it looked like bright green Gatorade. It's so green. Could not be more green. 02550 green. Amazing. It's the build. It was the build. What it is, I know. It's the build up. It was the build up to how good it's going to be. If he'd just done it and then unveiled it and it went green and they went, oops, oh, sorry. It's building up your own downfall. It's just, sometimes everything just aligns, and the build up, the execution and the aftermath just get funnier and funnier and funnier. Painter pulled up, and again, obviously, yeah, don't ask anyone who actually knows what they're. What got me was obviously people who actually know about building reflecting pools. And I'm going to guess there aren't that many of them, and the ones who do know about it know their shit. Excluding those experts, I saw an interview with a guy whose job it is to install swimming pools. So he's got the same qualifications as the guy who did the reflecting pool. And he was going, oh, he's used an epoxy here. No, you don't use an epoxy for that. And that resin, that is completely the wrong resin to use. That resin will come away in a week. What he should. So even if you judge the reflecting pool by as if it's a swimming pool, the swimming pool expert is still going, no. This is cowboys have done this. Every level of it is just beautiful. And like the White House, the reflecting pool, the giant cage on the lawn, people aren't actually getting hurt. It's lovely to have an element of this administration where it's just funny, you know, without people getting shot in the face through their windscreens. It's just fun. Obviously, someone's inevitably going to get shot in the face trying to trail their finger in the reflecting pool. But at the moment, it's just 100% comedy, and it really is a gift to the world. I saw they painted it, drove over the paint motorcade before it was dry, taking chunks as vandals. And the extra from Boardwalk Empire who gets shot in the face in the first minute and a half. Anyway, thank you for that. Thank you. If that's the gift, have a lovely party, honestly. But if the reflecting pool debacle is your gift to the world, then thank you. It's everything. And it's a good World Cup as well. Really enjoying the World Cup, so cheers. Right, let's get back into space. This has been a talky one. Right, Fenton. Let's rejoin Fenton. Okay, so we've released the pole satellite. Where are we off to next? Let's go to Tylo. Let's set that as the target. Okay, so you'll see here, now I've set Tylo. Fenton! Oh, Christ. Fenton! Jesus Christ. Hang on. Don't know why I'm... If only there was some way of... Fenton! So, we're now heading towards... That's my favourite bit. Oh, Christ! Right, good. So here we go. This is our new maneuver node. Here we go. So we are going to... Hang on, I'll show you. Here's our orbit. When we hit this node, we're going to hit retrograde. That's going to bring... Fenton is... Hang on, I'll show you. Oh, I'm going to have to play it all over again now. Excuse me. Hang on. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Anton. Anton. Fenton is a dog. This is... oh. You can see my pants. I don't like it. Sorry, I seem to have forgotten how to use my own system. Oh no, it's fine. This is doing something. My got it. It's because I made a new
No.
There we go. It's because I made a new window, but it had the same title as the old window, so it wouldn't do it. It's a guy chasing his dog through Richmond Park. There are deer in Richmond Park. This is a guy walking. It's a guy walking his dog, and Fenton's running after the deer and making them stampede. There they are. That's them stampeding. Jesus Christ!
Oh, Jesus Christ! Fenton!
There's Fenton, and here comes the man. Oh Christ! Yeah, that happens in Richmond Park all the time. Deer stampede all the time. So Fenton was fine. You can't really stop him disemboweling deer. Anyway, I hope that man cashed in on his fame. Okay, so here's our maneuver node. We're coming from our teal, which is where we are, and we want to intersect with our yellow. So I'm hitting retrograde, which is bringing our periapsis down because we're slowing down. So as we hit retrograde, our periapsis gets closer to Joule. And wouldn't you know, just like that, if we slow down enough, we are going to intersect our target. So there we go. So let's focus our view. So I've got roughly... Oh, that's not bad, actually. I've got it roughly where I want it. So now I'm looking at the target that is Tylo. That's quite a fun... it's quite a fun angle, actually. Oh, well. What's this? It's like a polar orbit. Oh, that's quite good. We have a periapsis of 17,000. I actually quite like that orbit. That's pretty good. Okay. Why don't we do that then? Just go with it. Okay, so again, I'm going to point my... I'm going to point my nose. So having calculated that maneuver node, I'm now pointing my nose... Oh, God, we're running out of electricity again. I'm now pointing my nose where it's telling me. It's telling me to point my nose here at the blue cross. The blue cross is intersecting with our retrograde, which is to be expected because I'm firing retrograde. So we'll point our nose right at it. I'll just lock us on using minor cheating. And it says we'll start the burn in 2 hours. So let's whiz through to that exciting moment, and I've fucking blown it again. Sorry about the swearing. Bollocks. All right. Fat hands. We are doing the dual 5 relay. We've only got... Is it only 2 more relays to go? Or 3? Oh, God, 3. Anyway, I've missed my node, so that nice trajectory I just calculated is probably now wrong. But I can't remember the last time I quick loaded, so we'll just have to roll with the punches. So I'm currently pointing backwards. We know this because my nose is on the retrograde. So that means my nose is pointing in the opposite direction to where we're travelling. So by firing my engines with my nose pointing in the opposite direction to where we're travelling, I'm slowing us down. And by slowing down, our orbit is getting smaller, if you will, lower, if you will. As we lose speed travelling around Joule, we fall closer to Joule, and therefore our orbit gets smaller. What's confusing is that as our orbit gets smaller, our relative velocity actually goes up, because the closer we get to Joule, the faster we go. That's a proper head scratcher, that one, and I still haven't found an adequate way of explaining it. Hope that helps. Right. 40 degrees. Where are you, Rowan? What have we got here? Hang on. London weather. What have we got here? We are... Oh, no, we're only 34 degrees here at the moment. Practically chilly. As in cold, not the country. Okay. Well, that is a weirdly good orbit. Okay. That's nice. Okay, so I've managed to somehow basically create a magic orbit, pretty much. So I'm just going to release Netherlands. Bloody hell. Bloody hell. I know it's trite, but make sure you're drinking plenty of water. If you're not weeing, you're not drinking enough. Certainly made me want some. Christ alive. Well, hopefully, is it Saturday, is it? Hopefully it all breaks then. Anyway, good. Right, so I've accidentally managed to place this into a golden orbit. I'm not going to argue at all. I'm just going to accept what I've done. Oh, shit! Sorry. I've really got to stop swearing suddenly and with no warning. Sorry, I just accidentally hit increase time times 10,000. Okay, let's get rid of this probe. How do I disconnect it? How do I disconnect it? Or is it that? Decouple. There it goes. Good. So here is our... Actually, where is it going? What's the name of this bloody planet again? Tylo. Here we go. Here's our Tylo... Our Tylo relay. That's now heading into that golden orbit. I'm just going to set up a maneuver node for our Tylo relay. It's going to require almost no thrust at all, interestingly. There we go. So we'll just set up a maneuver node so that the Tylo relay will let me just do that. There we go. There we go. So I've set up a maneuver node for the Tylo relay to put it into a nice circular orbit. I'm going to set an alarm for that as well. Good. Right. So I've set an alarm for when we need to do that. Good. Right. Let's go back to Fenton. So we've still got 2 more satellites to deploy. And where would they be? That'll be 1 on Val and 1 on Lathe. Okay, let's target Val. There we go. Now, where are we? So we are currently on this teal trajectory. We're currently headed... Actually, that's really not bad. What we're going to do then... I'm not going to... So, Fenton is currently due to do this. Fenton is currently due to approach Tylo, chase Space Deer. Yeah. He's chasing Space Deer in Fenton Heaven. That video was a long time ago. We're going to come round the back of Tylo. No, pardon. Tylo is actually, by doing this, by us getting so close and it making our journey so curvy, flaunting its curves, that is actually slowing us. Tylo is acting as a brake so that when we come out of Tylo, we're going to be, without expending any extra energy, we're going to be in this purple orbit. So without spending any extra energy at all, just by using Tylo's gravity, we're pretty much going to be at our next level of orbit that we want. So let's just quick save. And I guess what we should do is... Should we switch to the Tylo relay? Let's set an alarm for the next sphere of influence change. Yeah. 10 days to go. So, okay, let's fast forward another 10 days and see where physics gets us. So here comes the Fenton and the Tylo relay. You can see here, you can see the value of matching velocities, matching orbitals, matching orbits here. You can see that we're basically running at the same speed parallel to Tylo. And that is why, upon entering Tylo, we've nearly got a completely circular orbit, because we've approached Tylo in such a similar orbital shape as Tylo itself. Our relative velocities are very low. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so where's Tylo? Oh gosh, I have not done this. Ah, right. I forgot to open my solar panels. Apologies. Let me just sort that out. As I always say, defensively, a decent system would keep enough charge in the solar panel to open the bloody thing. Anyway. Okay, so here's our Tylo probe. This is due to hit its periapsis in 5 hours. So let's get ready for that then. 4 hours. Where is Tylo? I still can't see it. Tylo Durden. Nope. Oh, is that it? Oh, there it is. That jumped out at me. Right, there it is. There it is. I see it now. I can see it. Okay, so here's Tylo. Here's where this probe is going to be orbiting. We can see that Tylo looks like a moon. Not a lot of interest there, but I am looking for which moon is going to be easiest for me to set up a refueling base, because the idea is to generate to land a fuel refiner in the Joule system and create a fuel station, basically, so that all our ships are going to have to do is get to all they have to do is get to Joule, and then once they're at Joule, they can fill themselves up for the return journey. So maybe Tylo is the one. Somewhere with fuel, obviously. Somewhere with nice low gravity, so we can easily... We don't need too much delta V to land and take off. And which probably rules out Bop. A moon that's on an easy enough inclination. Bop's in a bit of a weird inclination, and that really does drain... the old fuel tanks, having to correct that. So here we are. So we're just firing our engines here. Tylo is a good candidate. Excellent. Yeah, I was thinking that. Yes, it looks like. I honestly. Obviously, Bop's got much lower gravity, but as I say, Bop's a pain in the arse to get to. I haven't had a good look at Pole yet, but yeah, Tylo is probably the strongest candidate for a fuel base. It's equidistant as well between Lathe and Pole. Like the Linton Travel Tavern. What's this? Oh yes, this is... That's the one that's going to Bop, isn't it? Okay. Obviously, this is taking a little bit of a long time to get this in orbit, because I've attached to this probe the worst engine, just basically squirting out dust. I think it's mainly talcum powder based, this engine. It's very, very fuel efficient, but as always really applies, it's also really weak, which is going to be, as I say, this is going to be my main headache when designing a heavy lifter that can go to Joule and set things up. How am I going to balance fuel efficiency with streaming and not spending 2 hours performing a maneuver node? I mean, at least when I was spending half an hour driving across Kerbal's landscape to try and get that rock, there were some trees to look at. Even I would find it hard to keep this entertaining for two. What's the green motherboard? That is the Kerbal engineering system Verbo simulation log. God, you know what? I'm not even sure what that is. I've stopped putting it on my ships. When I was playing this, when I was constructing these, I wasn't sure if I needed that as an autopilot or not. So I shoved it on. But do you know what? I'm not entirely sure what it does. And I haven't put it on any other ships. And to be honest with you, I completely forgot that it existed until you asked me that question. Hope that helps. Right, so the Bop satellite, not Bop, where are we? The Tylo satellite is now in place. A nice circular, slightly weird, but nice circular orbit around Tylo. That's that done. Let's go back to Fenton. Fenton. Is there a Space Trees mod? I don't know if there's Flora on Lathe. I can't remember. If not, we'll just have to bring the anchor butter. I'm so sorry. Okay, now what's happening with Fenton? So Fenton is having dropped off the Tylo relay. The Tylo relay is staying behind. Fenton is now journeying out of the Tylo system and is going to emerge here, where this orange line is. So should we just do that just for ease? Let's get Fenton out. There he goes. And Fenton is now back. Fenton is now no longer under the influence of Tylo. It's back under the influence of Jewel. What's our next target then? How many left? How many have we got left? Is Lathe the innermost planet? Moon, sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, in my head, Lathe was second. Okay, it isn't. Good. Right, lovely. Well, let's go to Val. Let's have a look. So we'll set Val as a target. Here we are. Here's our descending node. I'm too lazy to check. Here's our descending node. Now, if I just hover over the descending node here, and we remember what they are, don't we? In fact, you can see. I mean, you're going to have to squint a bit, but you see that this teal line is at an inclination, and this yellow line isn't. That's our descending node and our ascending node. So as explained, if you're going to change your inclination, the most efficient point to do that is at the inclination's pivot point, which is your descending node. And I hover over it here, and it says that we're minus 4.2 degrees. All I need to do is just adjust that so it says 0, and then we'll be... so I'm just literally dragging this up. The tip is, by the way... The tip is that you do this until your descending node whizzes around to 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. Now they're at 0. If I hover over them, they're 0. If I carry on... that's now become an ascending node because we've gone too far, and then the more I do it, the more inaccurate it gets. So I just want to adjust it so that they both read 0, which also happens to be when they're here. So now that maneuver node will put us on the right inclination. Let's see if we can intercept our target with a kind of 2 for 1. Yeah. Maybe. Ah! Oh, that's complicated. Oh, that's a complicated orbit, sir. Ah, yes. I see you know your apoapsis well. Good one. Now, I am trying to make sense of this. What am I doing? Now, vow encounter at 20 days. Okay. So if I focus on vow... Oh, we've done it again. Look at that. I've done it again. I've struck gold. Another golden orbit calculated. Wow. I probably shouldn't sound so surprised every time. I should probably go, oh, yeah, well, and that's how you achieve a golden orbit, rather than being amazed. But there we go. All right, well, I'm knocking that one in. Christ. Okay. You know, there is an element of hit and miss to this. Says the NASA expert. Okay, so let's put another alarm clock for that maneuver node as we head our way into the system. Right. Something's come up. In 1 hour, the planet Elu will be in a perfect position for us to send for us to send a mission and land on it. This has come up right in the middle of our duel experience, but Elu's not going to come round for another 250 years. I think what we're going to have to... What moons have a satellite? All but two. All but Lathe and Val. And obviously Val's about to happen. But I'm going to abandon this mission now. We need to seize the moment. We need to send someone to Elu. Now is the time to go to Elu. So I need to build a ship that can take a Kerbal to Elu and back. That's okay. Let's see what we can research. We've got 517 science. Okay, I still need more than that, do I? $550, so I still need another 40 science. Yes, the Elu transfer window is actually upon us. How can I get some very quick and dirty science, I wonder? Oh, I didn't try controversial Lisby, did I? So yeah, I will return to the satellite distribution mission. I know we're all emotionally invested in that, but I can't let Elu go. Not if it means waiting 250 years. So Elo is Pluto, incidentally. Elo is the small icy world on an eccentric orbit, the outermost planet. I don't know how I feel about Pluto not being a planet. A pro-Pluto person said the only reason we don't call Pluto a planet is because we can't be bothered to learn more than the names of 8 planets. That expanding it to like 20 or 30 planets, we just ain't spending any more time on it.
But I ain't spending any time on it.
And so we've just demoted it to a dwarf planet status out of laziness. She hasn't got any science either. How can I get some very quick science? Trying to think. What haven't I done yet that's relatively easy? Did we go to the South Pole? Is there a way of seeing what science I've got? And have we been to this? What about Bill? Ooh. Yeah, process that data in the lab. Yes, on the KSC. Okay. Oh, I better put this down as a new mission then. So mission 1, satellites to duel. Mission 2, replace the moon buggy. Mission 3, explore Dres. That's a bit... Yeah, that is something. Mission 4, send a fuel refinery to duel. Right, well, I'm going to put on now a mission 5. Explore Elu. There we go. So we've got 5 missions on the go at the moment. Okay, right. KSC. Oh, yeah. Did you say there was a way for us to see what science we've researched? Archives, is it? Oh, hello. Now, right. This is great, actually. Okay, lovely. Well, what have we got here on Kerbin, then? Northern ice shelf. Oh, we didn't get a lot of science from that, did we? Atmospheric high over Kerbin. I tell you what I do have. I do have some new science. Hang on. Temperature scan, surface sample, mystery goo, materials study. I've got like a magnetic boom, which I think has a lot of... I haven't done that on Kerbin yet. Now, what about Minmus? Greater flats, greater flats, greater flats, greater flats. So we could go to like the pole of Minmus or the pole of the moon, take some readings and come back with it. Why don't we do that then? Why don't we go on a little science outing? Why don't we go and grab some science? Why don't we make a ship that can orbit Kerbin, take some new scientific readings that we haven't necessarily got, fly to Minmus, fly to a part of Minmus that we haven't been. I'm going to say the pole because I can't see the pole written here. So presumably we haven't. Why don't we land? Elu's 1 hour away. Oh, this mission. I mean, you know, it's not going to be perfect, but what it is, I haven't unlocked the largest fuel tanks, and I'm going to need those for multiple reasons. So Elo will, you know, it will have to wait a few days. This won't take too long. Should take a few days. It'll be like a week, I reckon, to land. So why don't we create... Yeah, let's do that then. Let's go on a little scientific adventure. Grab some science, and then we can spend it on the ship parts we need to get ourselves to Elu. So, science ship. If anyone's got any good names for this ship, by the way, how many points do I need? About, I'll tell you exactly. I need about... I need about this much.
Come on, Cole, check back! 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50.
But I could always do with some more. Right, let's give this... Shall we just call it... If you give me a better name, I'm going to call it Mr. Scientist 1. There we go. All right, so it only needs to be... actually, it probably needs a pilot, doesn't it? Should we make it a 2 Kerbal mission? Okay, crew capacity... All right, a 3-person mission, why not? All right. So we want to land... So you want to land on Minmus. Okay, let's... No, not that. Not that. Not that. Can I sort of have something in the middle? No. 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 All right, fine. Oh, no. That's overkill. Oh, sod you. We'll go with that. Right. That's fine. Oh, we should give this a special colour, shouldn't we? Have we haven't had orange for a bit, have we? Let's go appearance. I don't hate that, but okay. Appearance. What's our primary colour going to be? But yeah, what about a kind of? Oh, I quite like that sort of. Yeah, I quite like blue and green. That's good. Right, let's go with that then. Blue for you. Green, that can be more metallic. There we go. Blurple. Maybe we'll bring the green down a bit. Okay, and then we'll have orange highlights, store pattern, store color. There we go. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Right. So what are we putting here? We're putting we need just a shit engine for this, don't we? Oh, this is stupid. What am I using this massive fuel thing for? Stupid idea. Come on. Grow up. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Okay, and then we'll get a crap engine there. Okay, that's excellent. And then I just need to strut these. Is Blurple the name of the ship? Well, it is now. Blurple 1. There we go. That should be perfectly clear what that mission is. Okay, there we go. So we'll then take these off. Okay. Yeah, that looks credible. Let's get these asparagus. There we go. All right. Now, scientific instruments. What do we want? Oh, we're going to need... we don't need a ladder. A ladder's a nice to have. Let's have a nice, friendly ladder. There we go. And if we extend that, that looks perfectly acceptable. Okay, good. We're going to need some landing legs, obviously. There we go. These are going to need to be coloured in, obviously. There we go. They need to be rounded off. Yeah, I'll do it this way. Right, yeah, you're right. Let's get rid of the RCS tank. It's far too big. I don't need that. Let's put that there. Oh, that's better, isn't it? That's much better. I will put that there, and we'll... Where's my bloody... There we go. And we'll put that there. Blurple is a colour. Is there any difference between a tool, an instrument, and an implement? No? Other than the obvious that, you know, an instrument's got a different meaning. Implement. I'd say an implement has a specific purpose, whereas a tool is a bit more general. But I don't think there's much in it. Prove me wrong, children. Prove me wrong. Right, let's put these RCS fuel tanks on. No. Let's put them there. And then we can round them off, can't we? Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. That's looking nice. Oh, lights, 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 lights. So we'll get some illuminators here. We'll get some illuminators here. And let's just stick some vanity lights on for... Let's stick some vanity lights on for fun. They can be blue and they can be Green. Okay. Is AI a tool or a lazy way to search? I try and keep myself honest and eschew AI answers. Right. We need some scientific instruments on this, don't we? Let's put them on then. So what have we got in the name of science? The survey scanner. The orbital scanner uses a combination of advanced sensor technology and witchcraft to provide information on planets. Discovery science bonus. Okay. And we've got the Science Junior, don't we? Okay, so let's get the Science Junior. The Science Junior. The surface scanning module. The surface scanning module. The barometer. The mystery goo. The survey scanner. Now, that's going to be an interesting one. I'll worry about that another part. Oh, the magnetometer boom. That's definitely a good one. Experiment storage unit. I don't need that, do I? Fluid spectrovarimeter. Run atmospheric analysis. I don't know if that's going to work on ELU because it doesn't have an atmosphere. The thermometer. Okay, and then I can open doors and that's not going to affect that, is it? No. Okay, awesome. And I can make it a fun colour. Okay, good. All right. And what's this then? The survey scanner. Jesus Christ, that is substantial, isn't it? Yeah, that's going to have to... It's going to need its own arm, isn't it? It's nearly an armful. Okay. Is that... This? And then this? Something like that. Oh, God, that does look... What's this actually used for, then, this surface scanner? Is it just for... Do I get science out of it? Or is it just for scanning the surface? Scanning mode orbitals, scanning resource, all resources, scanning time. Oh, I don't need it. It's fine. It's a scan. Fine, I don't need it. Let's get rid of it. It's too much. Okay, fine. Why does every country get influence from English? No, not at all. English is, I mean, yeah, a bit, but English is German and French and Latin and Dutch a bit. English is a hybrid language. It's I mean, obviously Americans speak it, therefore lingua franca, but you know, it's the language of the Americans. But English, the English language itself is a complete mishmash. Greek as well, obviously. More words are Greek than I expect. But yeah, German and French, I would say, are the two main influences. Okay, does look vaguely penile again, doesn't it? Okay, so that's Mr. Scientist. Let's get... Oh yeah, I actually should put some thrusters on this bloody thing as well, shouldn't I? Let's do that. Let's put them there and there. And there and there. Okay. Right. So that's that. What am I missing? What am I missing? Oh, I know. this should just detach and no, bollocks. I'll plane them down. We don't do parachutes anymore. We do planes. Okay, so we'll do that. What else do we need? We need a inline stabilizer. Oh yeah, batteries and power. They're important. Let's get a rechargeable. Let's get our rechargeable battery pack here. Let's get our batteries here. Let's get our photo panels here. Let's tie our panels to the lights. Lights will toggle the solar panel. Okay. Great. It looks like a horrible ship, doesn't it? But very scientific. Okay. Good. Is there anything else I need? Communication. Throughout the nation. Okay. All right, well, that's fine. We've got 2 communication devices there. What am I missing? Lights we've got. Cargo, don't need cargo. Science, Mr. Scientist. Log observation data. Ooh. Can be manipulated in an EVA. Oh, okay, fine, fuck it, whatever. Communication, electrics, thermal, don't care. Ground, we've got that. Aerodynamics, payload, maybe. Coupling, yeah, we've just got to get this. Okay, I think. Oh, struts. Let's get this all strutted up, shall we? Make it nice and stable. Good. Cheers. Right, let's get this to Minmus then. Let's go for... Let's couple this in, shall we? Let's go... Clampotron docking port. There we go. We'll stick that on the top. We probably need some lights for that in case that ever needs to be used. There we go. You know, it's literally just occurred to me, I've got other landers up in space that could have done this. Oh yeah, but they don't have the scientific instruments on board. Okay, that's fine then, that justifies it. Okay, good. Right, that's the Blurple 1 lander bit done. Let's get this upside down. Let's retract those legs. Get this mounted. Okay, so... Oh, it doesn't have an autopilot. Well, now it's got 2. Okay. Awesome. Another shite engine on you, shall we? Okay. And then we'll duplicate you. And we'll get you coupled like that, and then we'll stick you on there. Okay, and then we'll get these little nipple things and stick them on top, and we will asparagus these. Thank you. And we will strut them together. There we go. And we'll stage them properly. So I see. So that's, I see. So that goes there. What do these do? These go there. And then the side bits come off. Yep. So these fire, the side bits come off. Oh yeah, and then the rest of it is just all of that stuff. Okay, that's fine. Good. Lovely. So that is 0.4. That'll be all right. Banana one or lemon one. Yeah, this is more or less a one and done, really. Although I am going to dock this with our space station. It can join our little family of landers. Blurple one. Yeah, let's call it Banana Boy one. There we go. Pardon. Okay, so we got that. Right, let's just give this some oomph and then send it up into the sky. Let's go. So let's get this coupled. Let's stop faffing and just get this done. Let's just brute force this bastard. Let's go. Let's get complicated. There we go. All right, there we go. That's nice. We will do that and that. There we go. Let's get a nice big angry fuel tank. Where are we? Nice. Yeah. Hang on. We can go bigger than that then, can't we? There we go. A nice big angry fuel tank at the bottom. There we go. Let's get a nice big angry engine to go with it. Oh, actually, why don't we do this? Where is it? There, this. Let's go for that. And let's get some... something like that. Seems pretty awesome. And then we'll just attach some boosters. And that should be us ready to go. So we get you, and then we... What do we do? Do we do that? So we blast you. And then we detach that. And that gives us... If I go to Kerbal atmosphere, not quite enough to reach the atmosphere, but more than enough. Okay, so just a couple of boosters should sort that out. Okay, so let's just stick 3 boosters on the side and call it quits. So we'll do that. There we go. Some big old boosters. Should we get this coloured in? Oh, I can't colour it in. Oh, that's a shame. Okay, fine. And we'll get these strutted. There we go. Boom. And boom. We'll get them rounded off. Should we say that one? There we go. That one. Lovely. Can we colour these bits? We can colour these bits in. Okay. Nice. Okay. Lights, lights, lights. I think we're launching at night, aren't we? Because we haven't really got any time to lose, because we're going to miss our ELU window if we dilly-dally. Okay. Cool. Let's get one last thing. Let's just get this. Oh, I'd already tried that. Let's get this strutted to there. Okay. All right. That should be it, I think. Oh, hang on. Where am I boot? There you go. We'll launch these as well. And then we lose our side bits. Right, that's plenty. There we go. Okay. Aerodynamics. Let's just stick a load of wings on it. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, that'll do it.
But you've asked me to do it.
They do look like Norwich City
so
colours,
I'll do
don't
it.
they? A message for the supporters in the world. Okay, I think we're ready to go.
A message for the best possible supporters in the world.
Best possible supporters.
We need a 12th man here. Where are you? Where are you? Let's be having you. Come on.
Thank you, Delia. That's just the lift we needed. Okay, who's going on this mission? Right, Valentina, you can. Well, actually, she needs to upgrade her piloting skills a bit. So we'll send Valentina. Who's going to be the scientist on this mission? Actually, I think we need Bonnie because she is quite good already, and we should probably take an engineer, Kelvin Zero. I've done well there. That should do it. Kelvin Zero, almost Matt's Kerbin, a rookie with no experience at all, is now going to go to the poles of Minmus for a ride. So there we go. Okay. Have I missed anything vital? Just one last visual inspection while I see if I've missed anything. I think we're okay, aren't we? I think we're okay. All right. All right.
But you've asked me to do it. So I'll do it.
Roll it to the launch pad then. Let's go. Yep. Keys, phone, wallet. We've left something behind. I can feel it in my water. We've left something behind. Sorry, is this thing on? Sorry, guys. No. Everything's fine. You don't need to worry. Okay, so yes. So firstly, we're using the wrong control point. Never a good start. Let's control from here so we're facing upwards. Right, Valentina. How are we looking? What's going on here? Oh, there we go. So this is Valentina's view. Oh, look, you can see the space center out the. You can see the space center out the side. She's facing down. That's genuinely quite nauseating, isn't it? Anyway, there we go. There's Bonnie. There's Kelvin Zero, and here is Valentina ready to take them out. Right. Our mission, our scientific mission to gather science from the poles of Minmus is underway.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, no, quite a pacey lift off there, not too bad. As always, I'm going to pull or abdul it for a bit. We're just going to go straight up for a while because my ships do tend to lack basic stability. I could have shrouded this. I probably should have done, but I regret not shrouding it, if I'm honest. Looking at it now, I can see that this whole thing at the top is just going to work against us. Oh well, never mind. We're committed to the bit now. I'll probably pull or abdul it until we dump the boosters. fairly straightforward launch, I'd say. Things are looking not at all wobbly. And it'll be nice to actually head east for a change, since we've been doing a lot of these. There you go. Look, that's where the rock landed, and we transported it all over those ridges all the way back here. Still remains one of the greatest achievements of my life. Right, let's get this pointing eastwards. Let's go for a nice 40.
Commander, what?
I know.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
You assured me that today's high temp would be 28. It's under what? I didn't assure you of anything. Get inside the car. I need to. There's I still haven't watched it. There's an interview with him and Get Inside the Car, who I think is also cashing in on his meme bucks, and good for him. Getting a bit hot. Don't worry, it really won't last. We will be in the... Minmus is very cold. Minmus is made of ice, so you can rub your face all over it once we're there. We just need to get through this pesky atmosphere. Okay, so I'm just cutting the engines. I'm not going to dump the boosters yet because we're too deep in the atmosphere and they will probably break apart and destroy us. So I might release them at 50,000 meters, maybe. I'll risk it then. We are in a hurry after all. 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. Right, let's release the boosters, see what happens. Not too bad. Let's throttle up the engine. Maybe full throttle. What do you think? Whee! Oh, kaboom! There we go. We've just annihilated, just disintegrated one of them. It's all right. It's only going to be falling into the sea where the poor... Oh, we lost a wing. Oh, look, it did break off. Yeah, we lost our tail. Not a huge deal, but another indictment on our shoddy, half-assed construction techniques. Okay, so we're just going to pitch down a little bit to try and circularize the orbit. Let's target Minmus, because that's where we're going. Set as target. There we go. Okay, so it doesn't really matter how high our apoapsis is, because we're going high anyway. Here we go. Our orbit is now circularizing. Our periapsis should be emerging from the planet. There it is. When our periapsis is 100,000, I'll stop it. Actually, maybe I won't. Actually, that's a lie. I'll stop it when it's 80. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I regret my decisions. 80. A fairly gruesome orbit there, but that's what happens when you eyeball these things. Okay, let's now firstly Let's turn the lights on and get our solar panels out. There they are. Now I'm thinking about it. We've got a whole load of scientific instruments here. I'm not sure we've used many of these in a Kerbal-ish orbit. So let me just run a magnetometer report in while we fly over Kerbin. Let's see if we've done that before. This might be the first bit of science we get. Yeah, brilliant. We haven't done that before. So that's already a win. What about the atmospheric fluid spectrovarimeter? We can't do that because we're not in the atmosphere. Okay, I should have done that when we were climbing. Never mind. I could always do it on the launch pad, probably. What's this then? This is the surface scanning module. We're not on the surface, so we can't use that. Okay. We have obviously got science elsewhere before. I'll just run the Science Junior, but I'm pretty sure we've already got science from above Kerbin. Yeah, we have. So sod it. Okay. Is that review data, is it? Yeah, just keep the data on board and look after it. Thank you. Okay. Should we head towards Minmus then? Where is it? So it's here. So we probably want to do our maneuver node from, I don't know, here, the periapsis. Why not? Why the hell not? Okay. Let's get this out. That's the moon. We're not bothered about the moon. We're bothered about Minmus. Okay. Now, the thing about Minmus is that it's at a weird inclination. So actually, you know what? It's going to be better for me to correct the inclination first. Okay. All right. If we go to the ascending node here, that says 6.6 degrees. Let's just change that to 0. He says going the wrong way. Bloop. There we go. That now will read 0. There we go. And then if we expand this out, what does that do for us? Haha. Yeah. That's quite good. Okay. What's that? 722 meters per second. That's fine. Okay. Lovely stuff. So let's maneuver. Let's point our nose towards the next maneuver node. Again, I do like to build my spaceships with big, ungainly arses. Rather than... I probably could have done this with a series of smaller engines, all cleverly staged. But I'm a simple man, and brute force, blunt objects, brute force, are what I'm most comfortable with. 9, 8, 7, 6... 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh, hang on. There we go. Let's blast away here. See, it's very wobbly. I think it's wobbly because we lost that bloody wing, and it's ruined the... It's ruined our centre of gravity. Anyway. Here comes our orbit. Coming out very far. Whoop! There we go. Okay. So that's what we're doing now. That is a little bit overcooked. So let's try that again. I reduce this down a bit. Yeah, something like that. Now, I'd quite like to get into a polar orbit. Well, so I'd quite like to. That's the whole point of the exercise. So let's now focus on Minmus. Hello, Minmus. There you are. Let's now manipulate this node so that we fly in over the North Pole. There we go. That's not bad at all, is it? That's not bad at all. Whoops. That's over the North Pole, isn't it? Okay. So yeah, that spinning's not a great sign, is it? So here we go. And cut. Okay, so we're going to start the burn in 1 hour, 57 minutes. Okay, so we are now leaving Kerbin for a moment. We will return. Don't worry. Don't get too worried. Kelvin Zero. I know it's a awe-inspiring sight. Everyone that you've ever known and that has ever lived is over there. That's your entire reality, or the only reality you've ever known, retreating into the distance. Okay. What's happening here? Have we been caught by the moon or something? Have we? Oh, the Kerbin to Elu transfer point. So yeah, right now is the optimum time to launch a ship going to Elu. So we really are now working against the clock, as the opportunity is, as of this moment, the opportunity of going to Elu is slipping away from us more and more with every passing second. So let's get this science and get the hell back. Okay. Mr. Scientist. Okay. Here we go. I'm just using my RCS to get this trajectory just right. There we go. Let's bring it over the pole. Here it comes. Voila. That's it. There we go. It is getting really hot in here, I'll tell you that. Good. So we are now on course to fly over the pole of Minmus. Let's not waste any time. Let's add another maneuver and get ourselves in orbit. There we go. And get ready for a landing. Let's not fart around. Okay. Let's go to the next node. Farewell, Kerbin. Kerbin vanishes into the distance. We go past the moon and we approach the tiny blue icy moon of Minmus. Now, it's quite difficult to spot because it's really small. Not the first time I've had to say that. But it is there. 7. I can't see it. Was it there? Oh, there it is. I can see it. That tiny speck there. That's our destination. As I say, it is very, very small, which is why I'm coming here. If you're actually starting out your own Kerbal career, you're actually better off. I thought we'd be better off. You're actually better off landing on Minmus rather than the moon, because it's flatter, less massive, and just generally much easier. What the hell's happened here? Oh. Something weird has happened to my maneuver node and it didn't work. Frustrating. Okay, that was a weird one. Don't know what happened there. We just flew right... I set a maneuver node right above the pole and it lost it. Yeah, don't jump too high. I'll be more careful. I'm trying to land on Minmus as quickly as I can, but I'll try not to rush things. Right, what was that? What was going on there? Okay, so let me just check what's happening then. Do we need to do this burn again, do we? And that'll do it. All right, okay, fine. Let's go to the... Oh, I see the problem. Oh, Fenton 7. Oh, I skipped that before. Oh, my God. The Fenton 7 has got a manoeuvre node coming up. All right, let's jump back to the Fenton 7. That's what it was. That's what it was. I didn't pay attention to that before. Okay, fine. Sorry, while we're landing on Minmus, the Fenton 7 has a manoeuvre it needs to do. Which one's this then? This is the manoeuvre to... What's the purpose of this again? Oh, yes, to put us into a nice tight orbit around Joule. All right, then, fantastic. Fenton, off you go. Be my guest. Oh, we're nearly out of monopropellant. That's a shame. Really wish I'd learned the lesson to pack much more monopropellant than I feel I need, because I'm always running out and always regretting it. Okay, should we start our burn then? Bloop. Okay. Yeah, this is one of our scheduled... So this Fenton 7 manoeuvre, here's our teal. This is now going to bring us down into a lower orbit that should end up with us following this green dotted line. So let's burn. Burn, baby, burn. Oh, this is inaccurate. We are now, of course, in space.
But you've asked me
That's
to
enough.
do it. So I'll do it.
There we go. Okay, lovely stuff. Right, what's Fenton up to then? So Fenton is going to be curving round here, entering Val. Ooh, pardon. And then when it's left Val alone, woohoo! I don't know what Mario's got to do with anything. Then we are going to be on this purple path. Have we not dropped off the Val satellite? No, we haven't, have we? So we do actually want to encounter Val. Okay, so if we're going to do that then, let's focus on... Oh, no, there we go. Oh, there we go. It's another bloody golden orbit again, wasn't it? I remember. Okay, so we want to actually set a node here and then set an alarm for that. Okay. That's in 3 days' time. We will be launching our Val satellite and orbiting Val. Good. Right, that's dealt with. Let's get back to Minmus because we are currently... Oh, shit. What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
I forgot. I've just fast-forwarded time while also... Oh, I think we're all right. I didn't fast-forward it as much as I thought. Oh, what it is, I've just been willy-nilly fast-forwarding time while also having this ship heading towards Minmus. I wasn't sure if I'd just accidentally forgotten about it and crashed it. No. But I did think, Michael, I'm being serious, Michael. Sometimes I think, Christ, what have I done? What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
Okay, good. What's going on with Minmus these days? What are we up to? Oh, right. This is what I thought would happen. Okay, fine. Fine, you git. Okay, I see what's happened. We've lost our way. I need to correct it. It's fine. For whatever reason, we've no longer got this lovely polar orbit on Minmus, so I need to issue a correction. Here we go. Do maybe we'll bring it down a bit. There you go. That looks about right. Great. That burn is in 4 hours, is it? Okay, so if I put 3 days... Okay, let's just... Should we get you facing the right way? Let's get it facing the correct manoeuvre node. We'll do this little burn, and then we should be flying above Minmus's North Pole. We could always lift off and go to the South Pole, so we can probably get twice as much science straight off. We'll have plenty of fuel, so it should be all right. Okay. Start the burn in 4 hours. All right. Well, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward ourselves 4 hours. Okay. And now let me just do this little burn. So the orange actual trajectory as I do this burn should get closer to my dotty trajectory. And then I'll just stop the engines. There. Not bad. Okay. That's our actual trajectory. We're getting right into the moon itself. Okay, we probably want to adjust that a bit. Or do we? Yes, we do. Okay. Well, why don't I do this then? Why don't we lift the periapsis up a little bit? Yeah, let's do that. Whoop, there we go. There we go. It's a little bit more sensible, isn't it? Okay. Okay, and if we warp to that point, we should be okay. Okay. So we are now, here it is, here's Minmus. We are now approaching Minmus. We're just going to do, there's Kerbin and the moon, by the way. We are just going to do a small maneuver to make us fly over the pole rather than straight into it. And then we'll lock ourselves in an orbit and then we'll land. Get some science. Ah, talking of science, if I'm not mistaken, we're currently... Oh, hang on, let's just get this done first before I start doing all this bollocks. There we go. That's done. Right, we're now high in space over Minmus, which I think means we can take some more readings. So let's have a look. What have we got here? We're too high to use that. All right. Have we used the goo here before? I'll just go through, see if there's any science we've not yet done. No, we've done that. We don't care about that so much. The boo, we've definitely not run a mag. Ah, right. Bonnie, our scientist. It's time for... Oh, that looks upside down. It's time for you to earn your money. So, yeah, I'm getting Bonnie. Here she is. I don't think... Has she been in space? But I don't think she's done an EVA before. Probably should have given her some training or something. She does look... Oh, no, it's all right. She's getting used to it. It's okay. All right. So, Bonnie, could you just reset... No. Could you reset your scientific instruments, please? We need to run some more experiments. Okay. So because she's a scientist, some of these scientific experiments can only be run once unless you have a scientist on board. So, here we are. Okay, where was the magnetic boom again? Where was it? Don't drop your own jetpack. Titop, to be fair to Titop, I think after that very shaky start to her Kerbal career, I think she's earned her stripes since, I think. She's so you download the data, that's right. Now you run the magnetometer report. Brilliant. And then you keep that experiment as well. You download that data. Okay. And can we run... Oh, we can't run atmosphere analysis. No, we can't. But that's fine. All right. Lovely. Thank you, Bonnie. Could you get back inside now? Because we've got to land this thing. Where's the door again? Is that the door? That's not the door. Careful of the bloody solar panels. Jesus. I don't think I gave the engineer a repair kit. I think we've got an engineer without a repair kit, just sort of along for the ride. Great. Well done me. I knew I'd forgotten something.
That was a disaster. Should never have put me up with that woman.
That woman.
Whose idea was that?
I don't know, I didn't see her.
That's Sue, I think. They're just ridiculous.
Oh, Gordon, it's going to get a lot worse. Okay, there we are. Right, so our next move puts us in a nice tight orbit of Minmus. Let's move our nose into the right area. Let's get it. Pointy birds are pointy pointy. Anoint my head. Anointy nointy. There we go. Very nice. We lock that off. And let's go Minmus. Where is it? There it is. Let's go Minmus. Whee! Here we go. As we approach the North Pole, here we are. Okay, so it's a relatively small body. Relatively little mass, so... Oh. Did I just dismiss Fenton 7 again? Oh, no. Okay. So Fenton 7 needs attention right now, and Banana Boy needs attention in 10 minutes. Okay. Let's go to the Fenton 7 then. So this is very much 2 missions running simultaneously, both demanding attention. Okay. So what's Fenton 7? Oh, it's Fenton. Oh, yes, Fenton 7 is releasing the satellite for Val, isn't it? Okay. So let's do that then. We release our penultimate satellite that we have whiplashed all the way from Kerbin. There we go. Curbing our instincts to strut these things properly. These satellites have been wobbly. But anyway, we're here now. Let's make it a nice green one. Okay, now what does this satellite need to orbit Val? Well, it's claiming it already is orbiting Val, but I don't believe that for a second. I think that's bollocks. So let's close this up, shall we? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Why not? Okay, so let's get this. Oh, I see. Yeah, let's get this pointed this way. Let's set an alarm for the next maneuver node. There we go. Right, so this is in 5 minutes and the Banana Boy is in 9 minutes. Okay, let's rename this because I've not been very good at renaming. What's this? This is the Val relay. There we go. Okay. Good. All right, well, let's fast forward then. Oh, there's Val. There's the moon Val, looking blue, interestingly. Again, I will look into Val and see how she measures up as a fuel station. So I think we said Pole looked like a good fuel station, but obviously Val is also a possibility. Okay, so we just need to circularize this orbit. There's Fenton 7. There's the mothership heading on its own course away from Val. And this is our nice orbital insertion. Ooh, pardon. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Good. And as it sprays white gas out of its rear end and slows itself down enough to enter a nice circular orbit. It's really hot. The sun has... the Earth has rotated again. It seems to do this every day. It's rotated again, and now the sun is showing me its full face. The sun's gaze has fallen upon me, and I'm really hot now. Okay, so that is our Val relay in a nice circular orbit. Again, mission accomplished there. Let's get back to Fenton and look at what Fenton's last manoeuvre is. So the last moon on the list is Lathe, which will one day be our home from home. The only other body in the Kerbal system with air that's habitable. So obviously, if we are going to expand as a people, our future lies on Lathe. So let's get... Oh, God, the banana boy. Right, now the banana boy needs my attention. Okay. All right, fine. Fine. So I'll just set up a manoeuvre node for Fenton. There we go, 2 days. And now we'll jump to the banana boy. Context and phrasing. Okay. Here we are. So we are now... Oh, I can actually see from the crazy camera. We're definitely above the North Pole. Okay. What do we do? Do we just hit the retros and get ourselves in an orbit? Yes, we do. Okay, let's... Valentina, if you could just keep everything fixed on the node. This is Minmus. This is the kind of night side of Minmus. I guess if we're going to be at the poles, it's always going to be at the night side. But anyway... we could run a magnetometer report up here, couldn't we? I bet we'd get some results. In fact, I could run a whole load of them. Log pressure data while in space near Minmus. Yeah, it's not good enough, is it? Right, should we just fire these retro engines then? 3, 2, 1. Boom. There we go. Oh, God, they're powerful. I'm not used to ships being this responsive. Okay. There we go. Stop spinning. We are now in orbit of Minmus. So I think, what should we do then? Shall we... Well, if we want to land at the pole, we should detach. So I guess we've had our fun with this, haven't we? We've pretty much used up our giant arse fuel tank. So I guess we should just get rid of it. Thank you for your service. Farewell, the giant arse. So as we separate our big arse away, that will now become a permanent satellite of Minmus. We've got our much more sophisticated and more manoeuvrable vehicle here. So let's separate the lander as well. So let's undock the lander. Here we go. So what we're going to call this. We're going to call this the Banana Lander, and it's a lander. There we go. Okay, so the Banana Lander is now separate. Let's give this a maneuver node. So if we're going to, well, what should we do? Should we just add a maneuver node here and then fire the retros right here? I have seen that it looks like our power's run out, which isn't hugely encouraging, is it? Anyway, there we go. Let's say that, shall we? Okay. What do you mean your power's run out? No, it hasn't. Okay, well, that's solved that then. Okay, so that node, let's queue that node up. And that is next. Okay, 43 minutes. So we're just going to orbit the moon once, and then we're going to land. Let's go. Let's take one journey around. Whee! So you can see, obviously, how we've separated there, and we are now drifting apart. I think this is the South Pole. Round we come. It's all looking very approachable, isn't it? "25 minutes to go as we go around the night side." So I will speed this up a bit. Okay. So here we go. We are now approaching, again, the North Pole. Here we go. Up we go. And here we are. Right.
Right.
So we want to land, which means pointing ourselves retrograde because we're slowing down. Right, where's our landing spot going to be? Yeah, sort of thing we should probably establish. It's going to be in darkness, unfortunately, I think. Maybe we've come at the wrong time of year. Anyway. Here we go. Well, should we land then? Should we head down to the void? We are actually right over the pole now, so let's go. Let's go now. Fire the engines. And those ones. The other ones. That's it. Good. Oh, shit! Oh, wow. Oh, no. We crashed into our own mothership. We've caused... There's been damage. What have we lost? Okay. All right. We're rolling with this punch, by the way. We have rammed... Oh, God. We've lost the... All right. Are we going to scrub the mission? No, the mission must carry on. Okay, continue with your landing. We will have to evaluate the damage when you're on the surface. Okay, that was really stupid. What have we lost? A lot of credibility back home, yes. What have I done?
You do think, Christ, what have I done? At times you think, Christ, what have I done?
Starving in the slums while in space near Minmus. Okay, well, we'll keep that experiment. Okay, so, yeah, there has been damage. More than enough fuel to get back to Kerbin. But, yes, I think the mothership... Can we see the mothership, actually? Yeah, here it is. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's lost two... Yeah, the mothership thing came off worse. That's lost 2 engines. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's the control port for the mothership as well. So the mothership also has no remote control. Okay. Well, what's done is done. What's happening with us then? Are we still on our way down? Yeah, okay. Let's unextend this. Let's retract this boom then. Retract the boom. And let's see. So we are currently plummeting towards the surface. That's fine. Let's just get ourselves going straight down, shall we? There we go. That's us pointing straight down. Okay. Do we have lights on? Yes, we do have lights on. So hopefully the ground should become more obvious when we get closer to it. Oh, we also lost... Oh, I see. We also lost one of our lights. Well, yeah, we lost our docking port. We lost lights. And, as you say, dignity and credibility. But no one died. Okay, so we're just descending very gently, just letting the very gentle gravity tug us down. Ooh, pardon. We're now 1,000 meters above the surface. Let's deploy the landing struts. Let's try and stop our rate of descent a bit. There we go. Just getting this down to about 5 meters per second. No, oh God, really does need hardly any. Ah, I can see the ground. Good. Shame we're landing at night, but again, I guess that's the nature of landing at the pole. Okay. 22. Okay. Oh, we can see the ground now. We're 200 meters from the surface. 150. Let's slow ourselves down. Slow ourselves down. Slow ourselves down. We're now 50 meters from the surface. 40 meters from the surface. 30. 20. 10. Down. Contact light. There we go. And put the brakes on. All right, we have now landed on the northern pole of the moon Minmus in pitch darkness. And I've just run... Have I just run out of battery? Just run out of battery power. That's... The battery's gone. Ah. We lost solar panels. Ooh.
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
We've lost power. We have no power. I don't think we've got any way of getting it back.
Look after Mr. Bond.
Oh yeah, that was all on top, wasn't it? That was our all of our batteries and our panels were on top of here, weren't they? That's what we lost in the crash. So we've landed, but we can't use our instruments. I'm not reloading. You tie a bit of canvas over the top. I'm not reloading. We're sticking with this. This must be a punishment, like the reflecting pool. It must be a punishment that we absorb. Okay, what's the solution here? All right. So we're looking at a rescue, aren't we? I mean, a repair pack, funnily enough, wouldn't have been that much use because there's nothing to repair. We obliterated it when we smashed into the ship. Could send another one. Could just send Just send another ship. Or... Well, actually, we just need solar panels and batteries, don't we? So could I just send an engineer? Well, we've got an engineer on board, haven't we? We've got Kelvin Zero, but he's a 0 grade engineer. Oh, bloody hell. He's got no experience. It's going to have to be a full rescue mission. That's fine. We've got other landers. We'll just have to bring another lander. The only thing is, we need to... Okay, it's one of two things, isn't it? Either we send an engineer to Minmus with a solar panel, a couple of solar panels and some batteries in their pocket. They land here. We've got the ship. Weirdly, we do have landers that we could land here now. There, but Friday afternoon, by the way. Nice Friday afternoon fuck up. So I either send an engineer, okay, fine. I either send from Kerbin a tiny little delivery package. You're a tiny delivery package. A tiny little delivery package with batteries and solar panels in it. Am I right that Kelvin Zero... Is Kelvin Zero able to install these himself? That's what she said. Is Kelvin Zero able to... Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's have a look at what Kelvin Zero can do. Kelvin, mate. Oh, by the way, congratulations. You're the first Kerbal to land on the northern pole of Minmus. There is no ladder, by the way. The ladder is electrically controlled, Kelvin, so you're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. That's right. There we go. Whee! Oh, no. And down. There we go. Engineers can install but not repair. Well, installing is all right. Now, what I want to know is, can Kelvin... Hang on, let's have a look. Oh, it's so difficult without any lights, isn't it? Can he move... If he can move this light around, I'm going to hope that he can move a measly battery and a solar panel around. Oh, he does a little bit of welding. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That's amazing. Brilliant. So what do I need to deliver then? What are we missing? I'll send a delivery package here. Kelvin can pick it up and Kelvin can sort it out. So what do we need? What's actually broken? We need batteries. We need panels. Everything else isn't really necessary, is it? We don't need the... We've got RCS, so we don't need the electric reaction wheel, and we don't need the docking port. We're beyond that now, and I actually doubt Kelvin can do it. So I think we just want batteries, don't we? And okay, fine. So, okay, let's go back to the Space Center. Oh, by the way, Kelvin, sorry, do you want to do the whole flag thing in the darkness? Go on, get your flag out. Today is the day Kelvin finally became an engineer. Kelvin's challenge. Can he fix it? There you go, Kelvin. If you want to take a surface sample, yeah, be my guest. EVA report as well. Report from Minmus's poles. You feel like a superhero when you jump in the low gravity. Actually, Kelvin, can you just give us a backflip? That's not a backflip, but that is a pretty... Wow, that is a jump with an apoapsis, isn't it? Shame it's night time. Okay, very nice, Kelvin. Good for you. Right. Space Centre. The Kelvin pod. Oh, we've got to send a supply pod. Okay. All right. This has become another mission, hasn't it? Here we go. Mission 6. Mission 6. Send a pod to Kelvin. Okay. So we've got 6 missions at the moment. Satellites to Jewel, nearly done. Replace the moon buggy. That seems to be on permanent bloody hiatus. Explore Dres. That's not going to happen for a while. Send a fuel refinery to Jewel. Ditto. Explore Elu. Oh, this is wasting even more Elu time, isn't it? Okay. And send a pod to Kelvin. Yeah, there's a ticking clock here. There's every day that we waste on this is a day that Elu is getting further and further from our grasp. This is every second is costing us fuel. Okay. Right. Kelvin pod. So there's our core. What does this need then? I guess it's going to need a tiny little reaction wheel. That's cute. Maybe a tiny little RCS tank, also cute. Right. Payload. Is it a service module? No, that's too big. I just need... It's not a service bay, is it? It's, what is it? Is it a storage container? No. Cargo. Container module. It's one of these, isn't it? There we go. Is it? No, that's a big one. Cargo storage unit. Ooh. And what does that have inside it? Inventory. Okay, well, what could I put in this then? So what do we need? We need 1, 2. Oh, I see. And we're not going to have enough. Okay, I need a bigger box than that. That's fine. We need a bigger box. Okay, so cargo. Oh, why don't I go with this one then? Okay, and what can we put in this? Let's put inside this. Ooh, pardon. Let's put a battery, a battery, a battery, a solar panel, a solar panel, a solar panel. And while I'm here, why don't I also...
Oh, pardon?
Oof.
It's getting quite tiresome now.
If you say so, Alan. I'll also put an EVA repair kit in there. A work lamp. Ooh. Yeah, it is really fucking dark, isn't it? So a work lamp. Yeah. Get some work lamps up. Great. Do these need ground batteries or anything? Oh, a photostatic panel. Okay. Cool. All right. Put that in as well. All right. It can't be bothered. That's fine. Can we put that in? No. Sod it. That'll do. Right. Good. Right. Let's just fill this up with EVA things. Right. Lovely. Appearance. Let's bananarize it. Okay. That's going to need a little engine. Let's put a little fuel tank on, a nice cute one. that's probably all right, isn't it? We'll put that on, and then we'll get another shite engine. There it is. Okay. And we'll get you looking banana-y. Lovely. All right, then. Let's get landing struts. Okay, let's get landing struts. There we are. Let's get a little ladder for easy access. There's that. Let's get some little RCS thingamajigs on it as well. There you go. Let's put them there. There you go. Solar panels. Electricity. That'd be funny to forget about those, wouldn't it? Okay, we'll put you there, and we'll put solar panels there. Maybe not. Put them there. No, don't do that. Just put them there. That'll do. Okay. Oh, God. Communications. Yes, all right, fine. Bloody communications. There we go. Is there anything else? Solar panels, batteries, landy things. Blah, 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 blah. I think we're good. All right, there's our Kelvin pod. Right, let's send this to Minmus then. Come on then, let's go. Let's start these retracted. Let's just stage this. This does not need to be in any way an exciting, powerful ship. This is almost no mass at all, in fact. So we don't need to go too nuts. Let's just get a... about this one. Yeah, that'll do. Let's get you there. Let's get another shite engine on you. Where is it? There it is. Right, 3. Oh, right, that's more than enough as it is. That'll get us to Minmus, easy peasy. So this just needs to get up in the atmosphere. I'll just put a booster on it. Why don't I? Okay, that's you. And then let's couple this away. More boosters. Yeah, good point. Okay. Do we get like this one or something? No, that one equivalent. There we go. That'll do it. That's plenty of Delta V. That is much more than we need. Good. Right, let's go. Let's go. Let's get some winglets on you. Okay, is that it? Blop, 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 blop. Dibbity dibbity doop. Okay, okay. Fine. Fine. Oh, lights. I forgot about lights. I always forget about lights. Illuminator. Yeah. What do we want? We want them sort of here-ish, I guess. And then we'll have these here. We'll have these here. Okay, that's it. I think that's it. I think that should be good enough to send a package to Minmus. Let's go. Let's go. One-way trip. We don't need to worry too much. All right, come on then. Let's get to Minmus as quickly as we can. Let's try and erase the memory of what's happened. Going to do a precision landing, of course. Worry about that when we get there. In the dark. Right then, let's send the rescue package.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whee! That is flying. That's more like it. There's a rocket. There's a rocket that knows where it wants to go. Whee! Look at it go. Woohoo! There you go. That's when you launch a rocket that doesn't actually have any consequences to worry about. Up it goes. There we go. Oh, and it's lost stability. Oh, God. So much for my smugness. All right. Let me just try and wrestle it into position. There we go. It's all right. Consider that wrestled. Ooh, it is on the unstable side. Probably could have put in a little bit more effort, but, you know, time's against us, isn't it? It might explode. You know, we'll just send another one. Oh, it actually really might explode. Oh. Right. Fine. Fine. I'll revert to... I don't want to revert to... Oh, sod it. I'll revert to launch. I'm happy to roll of the punches, but the loading times are killing me if I do that, so... I won't turn it quite so early next time. All right, let's have another speedy liftoff. Woohoo! Up it goes. Very enthusiastic. Okay, beautifully coloured spaceship as well. Real effort's gone into that. Looks really class. Okay. Another night launch because, as I say, every second is a second that Elu is getting further and further from our grasp. Okay. That's getting us nice and high, isn't it? There we go. So that's it. That's that stage gone. Let's dump it straight, and that's going to go straight up and straight back down. That really is going to hit the space center with remarkable violence. Oh well, no longer our problem. Okay, let's extend our solar panels. God, is it worth me? I'll see if I can avoid even going into orbit. I'll see if I can just do it from here. So if I target Minmus and you want my body, okay, there we go. Mm. Nah, I'm gonna have to put this into orbit and then sort it out from there. So I was trying to cut corners. When will I learn? Okay, let's just rock our way to the apoapsis and circularize this orbit. Let's not try and be clever. Okay, there we go. Let's just get ourselves pointed at the 90 degrees and kick in the engine. There we go. Good. Again, I a bit wish I hadn't put such a shy engine on now. Oh, well, it'll get there eventually. How is this even looking? Oh, I see. That's fine. I really hope this weekend's colder. It's been such a sweaty week. It's a really terrible week for my bath to be leaking as well. I don't want to go underneath the bath in a heat wave. It's all, ugh. It's one of the worst jobs at the best of times. From Sunday? Ah. Oh. You don't want to clear out the shower overflow when you have a teenage son. Well, as my mum once said when she had to carry my duvet cover when I was moving house, I've got to be careful handling this or I might get pregnant. How many billion grandkids are trapped in that filter? Right, good. Okay, so now we're in a nice orbit. Let's get ourselves headed in the right direction. Okay, let's do this, and then we go what there. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. In fact, that's it right there. Brilliant. So much life and opportunity. Well, you know, it's a sign of a life well lived, frankly. Those little moments of joy, fossilized. Why am I talking about this, especially at the end of the week? Don't encourage it. Okay, good. Right, let's just whiz this forward then, shall we? Let's get this object delivered. We'll get you pointing this way. Imagine being a teenager who isn't doing that. What a waste of the best years of your life. You can set records, you know, when you're 16. You're never going to be that fecund again. You know, seize the opportunity and enjoy yourself. I'm still talking about this. Okay. Okay. Okay, a bit of a weird one, but okay, good. Right, now that is us on our way to bollocks. I've just targeted the wrong moon. What a dick. Oops. Okay, I was just sending the rescue pod to the wrong moon. Well, spotted it early. Spotted it before it became a problem. Good. Right. Well, okay. Now we're correct. Now we're heading towards Minmus. Let's get ourselves in a polar orbit again, shall we? Where's my node gone? Who nodes? Where is it? Oh, I haven't made one. All right, that explains it then. Let's add a maneuver node then. Okay. Let's get this. Let's make this the Polar Express. Okay. Where are we? 2:05. All right. Shall I make this the week finale? And you can spell that. You can spell that however you like, frankly. We're a way away from the transportation of 40-ton rocks. This is the meat and potatoes end of exploration. Okay. There we go. That's looking like a pretty much that's pretty good, isn't it? That's a pretty good intercept course. Let's go with that. Let's lock that one in. Okay. When's our next burn? 20 minutes. Off we go then. Farewell, Kerbin. You'll never see this again. This is a one-way trip. Okie dokie. Let's get ourselves pointing in the right direction. Okie dokie dokie. Right. And then we'll go back, have another look at where we're heading. Let's just whiz forward through time a bit. There we go. All right. And then hit it, Johnny. There we go. Oh, we can see our orange. Hang on. You can see the orange. There we go. You can see the orange is coming up. The orange is where we're going. The dotted is where we'd like to be. Ooh, okay. Let's just hold our horses here and just re-establish this. Here we go. Our orange is coming towards the pole now. Here it is. Here it is. Here it comes. 8, 0. Okay. How's that? Not perfect, it must be said. We've got RCS, haven't we? Right, I'll just use the RCS thrusters to adjust to adjust this. Oh, that worked. That worked great. Oh, fine. Oh, marvellous. Okay, that's done. Good. That's us now headed towards the moon. Let's set up one more node. Here we go. 5 days. And I bet we're going to have a bit of Fenton time before we make this. Okay. Fine. All right. There's our next node. Let's stick the alarm clock on. Fenton 7 in 1 day. Okay. So we are now... So while this pod makes its way towards Minmus, we return. We then return to the far-off Joule system where the Fenton 7 has needs that we need to attend to. Let's go and see the Fenton 7. So the Fenton 7 now needs to... well, we might as well park it around Lathe, really. It's probably a really good idea to have an old ship filled with fuel orbiting Lathe. It feels like something that I could very well be happy exists at some point. So let's get this orbiting Lathe. How are we going to do that then? Here's Lathe. Let's set that as a target. And let's see what happens if we do this. Let's bring the apoapsis down to Lathe's level. 26 days, eh? Yeah. Something like that. Where is Lathe? If we target it with this. Oh, another go. Oh my God. I'm so good at this. There we go. Another golden orbit. That's 3 for 3. Wow. Okay. So this node will send us around Lathe in a nice, tight, equatorial, circular orbit. Hooray, hooray, hooray. I'm proud of myself anyway, and you should be too. Great, okay. That's that. Let's head back to Minmus and get back to our Kelvin pod. And we'll land the Kelvin pod at Kelvin. Kelvin can open it, open his little present, stick some batteries and some solar panels onto the side of his ship, and hopefully it'll have enough power to do the science that we actually sent it there for which we... Hang on. It will be able to do the science for the purpose that it was sent. Oh. Okay, here we go. So what is this? Oh, here we go. Here we go. So Kelvin's challenge. Let's target Kelvin's challenge, which is the flag he planted. Right, we're heading that way. So let's get ourselves aligned. What's this node going to actually do for us? Oh, I see. It's going to put us on a trajectory. Okay, that's fine then. All right. So just a tiny little burn here to get a suborbital. Okay, a little 7-second burn. 8, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh God, I've run out of fuel. That's not good. I mean, this stage has run out of fuel. No worries. We do have another. The moment has been prepared for. There we go. Let's just finish this off. There we go. Good. Right. We are now headed. Oh, we're actually headed in the wrong direction. So we're now going to have to. Yeah, we're going to now... So what we're now doing is... You can see it quite clearly, actually. We're heading towards Minmus, and we are... Well, we're currently going to miss Kelvin. So let's start... Let's bullseye our way down, shall we? We've got loads of fuel, so I can at least bugger around. How's my mono doing? Loads of mono. All right, good. So... What do I want to be doing? I think I want to thrust this way and push us that way. Okay, so we should be... Yeah, that's more on target than it was. Okay, that's good. So maybe I want to now do this.
But you've asked me to do it, so I'll do it.
I'm just looking at where this blue, I'm just trying to steer it so that this blue intersects with Kelvin. Okay, more or less. That's not too bad. Okay, it will need a little bit of adjustment. We're headed for where we're headed. I am sorry.
A blue for you, Catherine. Blue. Sorry. Catherine, I'm really sorry.
Okay, should we speed through this a little bit more? So... We're getting closer. So obviously I don't want to crash into the ground in front of them. That would be an embarrassment. Why don't I wait till I'm about 5,000? There we go. Now we're 5,000. Okay. Let's see where we're headed. The camera's going crazy because we're right at the North Pole. Oh my God. And everywhere is... south. Okay. Okay, that should have us headed towards him. Yeah. Okay. How's our mono doing? Oh God, we are actually not doing great on mono. I might take it off. Okay. All right. Oh, I might crash into the... Oh, God. Am I ballsing this up somehow? Hard to believe, I know, but I've got a feeling I'm fucking this up. That's better. Yeah. And then we can fly over the top of him. Okay, that's fine. And we're scheduled to go over the top of him, are we? Yes, we are. Okay, so he should be flying over Kelvin. Now, there he is. He's right down there. Did you put your feet on it? Yes, I did. Thank you. It's not the end of the world if I didn't, funnily enough, says me. We'll just land it on its engines. But no, it's a good point. Thank you. Okay, so we're above him now, I guess. We should slow down. And here we come. Okay, so maybe I need to... Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Okay, should we extend our feet? Doing this in darkness, by the way, is really suboptimal. But I don't really have any choice because I'm still trying to get Elu involved. Okay. Rod Hull and Elu. Okay, we're going up again. Oh God, are we going up too high? Yes, we are. Okay, that's fine. Actually, it's not fine. Let's bollocks. I can't be doing with this. Come on. Let's just head straight down. Okay, that should do it. Now if I go retrograde. Okay, we should hopefully drop pretty much on top of it. Okay, I think if I just let us drop now, say doing this in darkness is not easy or particularly compelling for streaming purposes, I'm aware, but let's try not to think about that. All right, let's drop. I was going to speed time up because gravity's too bloody low here. Okay. I guess if we fire this way, that's going to help. It's not bad, you know. I'm quite pleased with that. I'm quite pleased. Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm too accurate. I've done it again. Am I going to crash into my own ship? Very possibly. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Just bring it down. Just bring it down. Oh, that's a good landing. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty good. Come on now. Come on now. I eyeballed that down. Great. Whoa, look, he doesn't. He hardly has to bloody look how accurate that landing was. Look, he hardly has to even break a sweat getting over there. That was a good landing. Whoa. Oh, he's got an interesting technique for moving on Minmus, hasn't he? Oh, Bill. Right. Okay. Kelvin. Now, the moment of truth, Kelv. Are you able, with your weird walk, are you able to get the stuff out? Oh, what have you got here? Solar oh, God. He's got stuff of his own, hasn't he? Hang on. Does he need to drop? Hang on. What's he up to? Here we go. Right, Kelv, what have we got here? We've got your jetpack and your... Right, you don't need a parachute. That's a frippery. Put it there. There you go. Right, get yourself a solar panel. Are you kidding? Right, okay, fine. Lose your jetpack as well. Can you carry... He can't carry a solar panel. He can't carry a battery. Oh, he's too weak to carry things. Ah! Why? Oh, God! Go on to build mode. You can drag it out, I believe. Hello, what? Can I just... What, like this? No. What, like... Oh, like that! Oh, thank God. Thank you. So I can... Brilliant. Okay, so we can... All right, so we can... Yeah, we can just dump them on the floor then. Okay, here's the bits that we need. Battery... Solar panel... Etc. Okay. And we want to get these onto that. So can he... Oh, so he can't carry them, but I can. Is that it? Is it God? It's God has intervened and is now... Kelvin Kerbal is seeing some inexplicable shit here. He can't explain. His arms are too puny. He prayed, and now his prayers are being answered. Oh, look, he's doing a little bit of welding as well. Isn't that sweet? Let's stick another battery on. Can't have too many. And should we stick a solar panel on here? Stick a solar panel on. Yeah. And stick another solar panel on. Great. Okay. And that means... Oh, we have got a little... Oh, no, that's got electric charge. Sorry, wrong ship. This one has electric charge. Oh, because the batteries are full. Like I send out tin food. Oh, yeah, the batteries are full. Okay, great. Well, let's extend the solar panels then. And here comes the sun. And we have power again. Although, to be fair, those solar panels have been put... that was a terrible place to put them. Right, anyway, we've got power. And when the sun comes overhead, we should have even more. So hopefully that now means we can run an atmosphere... We can't run an atmosphere analysis. We can log the temperature. We can log... We can... One space near minimus. All right, so we need to get the data out. We can observe the mystery goo. Fantastic. We can observe the barometer. Lovely stuff. We can observe the surface scanning module. Resource analysis. Oh, that's scanning for fuel. But we're not going to use Minimus as a mining colony. Okay, and so I guess that means, Bonnie, could you just sort out... Yeah, we've got the lights back on. You have no idea, Bonnie. Please don't make any funny comments. Please don't, you took your time. None of that. It's hot. It's Friday, Bonnie, and I don't have a sense of humour about it. Here comes the sun. Yeah, the sun's just peeking over the horizon, so hopefully that will give us the permanent power that we need to actually take off again. But Bonnie, if you could just grab... Where is the boom? I've just gone round the entire bloody ship and I can't find the bit I'm looking for. This is a disaster. Where is it? Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't see my boom. I could extend it. Oh, you're really burning through that RCS. Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it. I see it. Oh, thank God for that. Actually, if she just sort of stands on top of the dangerous fuel tank. Yeah, if you just stand, try not to blast your hot energies into it. There we go. All right, if you grab, collect the data from the goo canister and restore it. You might as well collect the data from the barometer as well while we're here. Yeah, all very good. Just reset the boom and you should be all right. Download data. There we go. And then we can run the boom again, can't we? We can run a nice... Are we out of battery? We're out. Oh, no. Can we not get data on the ground? Or is it because we've got a scientist on board? Bonnie, can you run data on that? Please. Yeah, just hover next to it and just give it a good old fiddle. No, she can't run data. She can't run experiments on it. Maybe it doesn't work when it's on the surface. Oh, well. Live and learn. Might as well get the... Have you got the thermometer stuff? There we go. Can you grab the thermometer? Oh, fine. Go and get the data from the thermometer. And then we'll call it a day. Don't break the solar panels. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Take the data. That's it. Take it. There we go. Nice. And then if you get yourself back inside, Bonnie, get that data stored in the capsule. And then I can wish these nice people a happy and cooling weekend. There we go. And we didn't even use it. Might as well deploy the electric ladder. Now we've got the juice for it. Just for the principle, really. It's been installed. Should use it. There we go. Right. Well, a bit of a dodgy mission. Obviously, well, what we've now got to do is we've got our science on board. Have we done an EVA report? I'm not sure we did do an EVA, a crew report. There we go. Right, so we've got a whole load of science on board. After that amazing pinpoint emergency delivery, we've managed to install some solar panels and some batteries on this thing. I think the best thing now is actually probably just to get it up. Woohoo! To get it up in the sky so we can actually see the sun. And also the engines will be generating some power. So I think we'll leave Kelvin stood on his dark... We'll leave Kelvin stood... He does look scared, doesn't he? Being left alone in the dark. Oh, dear. Yeah, we'll leave Kelvin on his own in the dark. And then on Monday, we will take this ship back to Kerbal. It'll be another good chance to modify the paper aeroplane because that's got some manoeuvrability issues as well. So we'll modify the paper aeroplane. We'll bring this crew back with all their science. We will spend that science on larger rocket parts. And then on Monday, we will construct a vessel that can land on Elu. See what we can do. Going to be interesting, that one. But as I say, the time is ticking on that one. Every second that goes by, including these ones, Elu gets further and further out of our grip. So the time really is now. So that is Monday. That's next week. But thank you very much. It's Friday. It's time. Oh, it's time to relax. Right, I'm going to return this fan to the front room and keep my children cool. That's not normal. That's not right. I need to get out of this. I need to get out of this room or I might die. Good. Thank you very, very much, everyone, for joining me again today. Yeah, again, we're back next week. I'm not going anywhere. So, yes, I'll be back at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I'll be back at 10 o'clock on Monday with plenty more Kerbal Space Programme. And I thought we'd be better off. I hope you have a lovely weekend. For God's sake, keep yourself hydrated. For God's sake, keep yourself in the shade. Hopefully it'll be over soon. I mean, not climate change. That's here to stay. I just mean, it might rain or something. And hopefully I'll see you all on Monday. Have a fantastic weekend, everyone. Enjoy the football if you celebrate. I would normally say go out there and get some vitamin D, but I think you're going to get some whether you want it or not. Have yourselves a lovely weekend. Oh, God, have I not done this yet? Have yourselves a lovely Monday. See you later, Bunny. Oh, hang on. Do we get a...
Bunny. No.
There he is.
Bunny. No.
Serenading us into the weekend. Oh, only a quick one. All right, fine. Thank you very much. Please do like and subscribe, obviously. If you haven't followed already, please do follow me. If you want to subscribe, that's good as well, isn't it? You don't get any adverts, channel points, all that stuff. Thank you very much. Have a lovely weekend, and I shall see you all on Monday. Thank you very much. Take care. God bless. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye.